Karakin. The new map is now online. Have you and your companions had your chicken dinner on this 2x2 map yet? In Karakin, there are loads of brand new items and features, so let's introduce you to all the latest content. Demolition Zone. As well as Karakin, the small and exciting map, there's also the most well-known feature, the Demolition Zone. You may be familiar with the Red Zone, where as long as you hide in a building you can dodge airstrikes. But in Karakin, if you're in the Demolition Zone, you'd better leave that forsaken place. The buildings here won't protect you. Buildings in the Demolition Zone will be destroyed by the Red Zone. After the Demolition Zone passes, all battlefield environments will completely change. This will obviously bring more variety to the battlefields. Breakable walls. There are a load of walls in Karakin that don't look all that strong. If you have a Panzerfaust or a sticky bomb, you can break down these walls to explore the worlds behind them. This improves your mobility massively. Imagine the enemy waiting by the door for you to come out, and you make the great decision to suddenly smash down the wall and take them by surprise. Of course, there's also whole new worlds and a wealth of supplies behind these walls, just waiting for you to explore. Thin walls. Many buildings in Karakin have walls that aren't that strong, as well as walls that you can blast a hole through. There are also some extremely thin walls. You can break through these walls with bullets to attack your enemies. So be sure to look out for these walls, but don't use them as cover as they won't protect you. New items. Panzerfaust and Sticky Bomb. In Karakin, we've added these two brand new items. First up is the Panzerfaust. Yes, you read that right. As well as payload mode, you can also see it in classic mode. I heard you're good at the Kar 98K. Let's compete who shoots more accurately. Sticky bombs are mainly used to blast through walls, but watch out, as some cunning players may have a few tricks up their sleeves that make this item quite interesting. Well, that about covers everything you need to know about Karakin. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try out these new features with your friends.
Time flies fast, and the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship is here and now. Before bullets start flying, let us walk you through the basics of the championship system. The championship is held in 3 stages: the group stage, the preliminaries, and the finals. In the group stage, 32 teams will be divided into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, with 16 teams in each. 8 leading teams from each group will automatically pass to the finals. 16 teams that took 5th to 12th places will try to prove themselves in the preliminaries. 8 winners of the preliminaries will transfer to the finals, where 16 teams will push themselves to the limit in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Finals. Simple as that. Tune in and see you on the battlefield.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Hello and welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where 32 of the best university and PMCO level teams are here to compete on this Western European stage. And of course, thanks to our PMCC sponsor Xiaomi, who have you covered. And you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's new powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But on another note, you ask, Highland Wolf, who is this handsome guy beside you? Well, that would be the one, the only Professor Tarzan. How are you doing, my friend?
wonderful. I'm doing so well, and it's such an honor to be here. But Highland, we've done this before, so great to be back with you, and we're going to have some great action and casting through these few weekends, I should say.
Indeed, we will. And I want to just get straight into it and explain, of course, it is going to be Group A up on the weekend here, Tarzan, who will be competing for the first 2 days, competing in tonight's games as we get into the standings first, as we will be able to take a look at these on our screens. The 16 teams that are going to be competing tonight, as you can see, from Team X all the way over down towards 21 Blackjack. And these 16 teams, we have seen some of them before, but only 4 of them through these next 2 days would advance straight through to the finals, and 8 of them move through to the preliminaries. And unfortunately for 4 unlucky few, they will be eliminated out of the competition.
And I mean, this type of system is really nice. I feel like it's a bit like the PMCO or PMPL system, where if you can make it to be the top 3 and 4, you just get heavily awarded. It's like people knowing you need to be the best to advance to the next round, but you do get some chance if you're not quite there. But if you're bottom 4, I should say, then you stay on that bottom floor. And you know what? We need to look at the point system, of course, because that will be the main thing that determines the fate of these teams. So this system, no stranger to it anymore. 15 points going to the winning team, then 12 placement points and 10 placement points for the second and third place respectively, and that 1 kill point per kill. But just bear in mind, you only get 1 point if you can't make it to top 7. So 8th to 12th with 1 point, 13 to 16s none at all.
Indeed. It's going to be those kill points that are so important to be able to put themselves up in the standings to get to the finals, where that prize pool is looking juicy. 5,000 euros split between the 16 finals teams to make it there. 1,500 euros for top, 800, 500 for second and third, and you move your way down to 100 there to the 9th and 16th positions. But also, it's going to be a juicy 100 euros going to the MVP player out of the whole tournament itself, who gets to keep all of that money to themselves. No splitting that between your teammates.
And I mean, that 100 euros can actually, arguably, right, that's defined by, good stats from a player, etc. And if the top team will contain, that MVP player, then it's officially double the prize money compared to the second place. And of course, let's not forget about the flow that we'll have through today as well as tomorrow. We've got 5 matches per day. We start with Erangel, then to Miramar, sign out as game 3, then back to Miramar, and we end with Erangel. So very interesting order of map. So other than, instead of having 4 games, we'll have 5. And once again, those big maps will have a higher emphasis. And would be nice to see how these teams use those classical maps and the knowledge of it to fight it out and get themselves some advantage.
Indeed. Already going to be starting out very shortly here onto Erangel, onto those green rolling hills. I can't wait to be able to get a taster of what these 16 teams already in Group A can do, because you of course have to keep in mind that all of these teams playing in tonight's games and playing across the tournament, the 32 total, they got through the open qualifiers, which sounds like it wasn't too easy. It sounds like it was a little bit of work between obviously the studying, between the work through these teams over at university. So they have been working their little cotton socks off, and they are ready to take it on into this competition.
And very, very interesting, when we talk about campus championship, it might be just a different pool of players. We know certain players who are, in their 30s who are still fragging it out. We've also got very young talents as well. So this is quite different when you have to be, it's campus championship. So maybe some of these teams, we've seen them in other tournaments, full team brought into, this tournament, and you can say, hey, maybe the synergy comes from, similar background, similar age, studying similar things, or even in the same school. what do we know?
Indeed,
We're looking
indeed.
forward to hear those stories.
They could be the teacher, they could be the lecturer here at university. That might be them in their 30s, Tarzan, or even younger, as age is a cruel mistress. But we don't have to worry about that because we on the caster desk are looking fine, at least you are anyways, Tarzan. Even without your cap, is often the long-term fans of yours will be able to notice the subtle things about your hair. No longer is it hidden. It is able to feel the fresh air.
Oh my lord! You know what? Lockdown is easing, and summer is coming. It's time to feel fresh. To be fair, I tried to cut my own hair and wouldn't go well. So I just deal with it and change a little bit of look. Some rebranding. And speaking of rebranding and new image as well, some of these team names we've seen before, and they may have a new roster, so new chemistry coming in, and who knows, maybe they are just forming this team for this tournament, then they're going the separate ways again. But you know what, we never underestimate the power of the friendship and the many things that we get to share in this game. So very excited to see what they can do. Some teams that we already know, see them in official streams and all that stuff as well.
Indeed, right. Some of these teams, some of these players specifically over in the PMCO scene. And I want to obviously talk about some of the players and the teams that we ourselves have been able to experience and get to know. And one of those players I think that really stood out in the PMC UK was actually Hackshot, who used to play for a different team, but is now back over an Optic Gaming, who is a squad that we will be able to see today. Can we expect, though, that same level of play coming out of Hackshot and coming out from also other members? I do believe they've taken one from Royal Knight squad that used to play in the PMCO UK as well. So is the synergy going to maybe bring them down, or can we still expect the same level of Optic Gaming?
Well, one thing for sure is that they came first in their group in open qualifiers. That's why they're here. So if they have been playing with this roster, something's been going well. They're doing something right. And of course, owed friendship with Hackshot coming back here. You did mention Cable as well. Who knows? Maybe this will be the Optic Gaming that we'll see all along. But speaking of PMCO UK as well, I know there's a team right here called Arena 51. They were very close to qualifying to that PMCO stage, and they just missed it. And it's a bit funny because we've got some teams getting disqualified afterwards. Maybe they deserve a chance to showcase their skills. If they still have the same players, maybe this is the rise of this team, right? So many Indeed. Interesting and exciting storylines that we may get to develop through this year of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Indeed, and I think as well we do have to speak of some of the other teams on the list. And some teams that are a little bit unknown to me, but from other regions as well, joining in through France, for example. We do actually have the Come Over squad, who are a team that interests me as well coming in, because from what I've seen from the French side of teams, from what these players have been up against previously in PMCO level, where you do have to go up against the likes of Clash, you do have to go up against the likes of Gamelord previously in their own PMCO. Come Over can't be an easy squad to roll over, and I am expecting some big things coming out of them. Do you think that from the other regions we can expect some big stuff coming out of these teams?
Potentially. When it comes to certain teams, and teams by the brand or name, they have multiple teams sometimes across different regions, and in the likes of maybe 21 Blackjack, right? In the Germany scene, like that's no surprise, for people who've been following that is a team that showed a lot of promise. Of course, we need to see whether that's the same roster. And speaking of these brands, we also have Conqueror UK, and Conqueror has multiple squads as well, right? So they have the strongest Conqueror squad is made up of old Godsend players, and Godsend was a team that made it through the European scene,
world
EME,
class,
and made it to be PMGC exactly. So who are they sending in this not exact same team, but another team under the same organization? Can they, show up? And like hold that reputation for the organization. And these things are all going to be really, really spicy. And of course, can't wait for new names, for players and teams to show up so that they start to register in our heads, as casters and audience.
Indeed, and that is what I'm excited for, because the first game going to be a wrangle definitely will paint a picture for us and paint a picture for all of you at home, exactly what we can begin to expect. But 5 games and only 10 in total, it does mean that there's not so many games if you want to be able to get to those top 4 spots. And when you talk then about mentality, right, if you don't have the best first game and you've only got 9 left, or you don't have 2 good games, you've only got 8 left, how do you, Tarzan? I know this is your background, so certainly you'll be able to provide some experience on it. How do you keep that mentality up to get to that top 4, even with a bad performance at the start?
It's all about mentality setting. You need to know yourself as a player, as a team, how to pick up each other, what tends to be the things that help you, reset. So important. Even if you have the best game, you need to see each game separately. Okay, I'm not saying that don't study like the enemy's play or don't like lose your style, but these things all factor in. And like you said, top 4, we may get to do some quick maths soon to know how many points does it require for them to make it to top 4 so they can go straight to that final weekend and don't have to fight through the prelims again. And you know what? I'm going to make a guess. I'd say, so 10 games, right, per group. So I'd say 83 points would be the bracket.
83. That's very specific. Okay, what should I guess for? I'm going to say about 79 points. Let's say that should be the number to take us through to the top 4. But as we are only going to be a short moment away from the first game, we can get into it, and I am so stoked to be able to get straight in onto the first match, be able to get in onto a wrangle here, Tarzan, because it is, as we say, all now on the floor. These teams need to be able to dance their way to these chicken dinners, to dance their way through those kill points, to get to the points, to get to the top 4 in this lobby, as we can see the flame path for the first time in the PMCC make its way down.
I mean, like, think about this as well, guys. Game 1, then Game 5 wrangle. So for whoever's been playing in this one, they only get to, revenge. If they drop with someone else, the revenge come 4 games later. So their, ability in knowing what happened in this one so that they can adapt in Game 5 would be very, very important. But let's first talk about that playing path. It would go through the Milta area, through the good old school and Rosal area, all the way towards shooting range. So it's a very equal playing path, but making the top right and the bottom left of the map a little bit harder to reach. But for teams who like to go to military base, seems like the side of Team IND already in Novo. So no other teams run that southern side. But we're just needing to look for that phase 1 circle to dictate the pace, of this phases 1 and 2.
Indeed, and it's going to be at least that straight open plane path through the center almost there. So we do get to see generally how these teams will drop. Only places on this map realistically going to be Quarry, Primorsk out of commission, but it's Zone goes over to the south side, and I'm going to say something here about this Zone, Tarzan. I'm getting deja vu because I casted yesterday in PUBG, and this is exactly the same zone. It went over to the edge of the coastal line, overlooking Sivnovka. We will have to wait to see if it goes again, but that is my prediction, and we will see if I am the predictor of all the PUBG zones.
we will see about that. And I mean, when it comes to these type of circle, right, it really is very unpredictable. You can get that majority zone to the main island, or it can be the other way around. And sometimes just keeping that bridge in play as well, very, very tricky. But one thing that I am looking at right now, okay, is for teams to make the initiative to go to, just off center to the west side of this phase 1, around that military base, bridge, very peer area, many opportunities to hold a good strong center position early on, and maybe just kill some people on rotation.
Here we have Conqueror UK, one of these teams settling close to, of course, Arena 51, close around that coastal line towards the south. As we did mention, this was the spot where it overlooked onto Sovnovka, where I got cast in yesterday's games in those teams it had to play in them. And around the Georgia Pole area, as we take ourselves further to the northwest, we do get to see the likes of Over facing Over MPS. And MPS, one of these teams, I think, that are slight unknown to us. And I'm really excited to see actually what they can bring to the table, because these names, I haven't been able to see them so far in play.
Well, this is a time for them to make them, a household name. It
Impress
all
me.
starts in something like that. Exactly. And you know what? This is not just a two-team situation. It's three teams around North Georgia Pole. So two things I'm going to be looking at, Highland Wolf, is whether they decide to fight or they respect that and get, to outposition each other, like out-rotate them, grab those cars so that your enemies can't take them. Or if they want that early clash, they really need to use their knowledge and what they picked up, that info when they were jumping to that city, to inform themselves how to play this phase one.
And, I like this initial rotation there from Conquerors. Setting themselves up into the high ground means they're going to be able to scout out vision of teams moving in around them. They're going to get a little bit more advantage point as well over those straight fields around them. As you do see, though, MPS making their way down towards the low ground. And I think the one concern here is actually the ability for MPS to control two squads between them, because they are a bit sandwiched between Optic, besides Over as well. And I do fear that they can be caught between two different squads if Come Over actually pincer them at the right moment and use that opportunity wisely.
And there's a really, really tricky situation. I think these teams, if they want to come out stronger, at least in Game 5 today, or tomorrow's Irango games, they should recognize the situation. This very, very populated Georgia Pole area. Not just North Georgia Pole, there's teams on Zaki that may come through the Georgia Pole bridge as well. And we also have the team of TFN over at South Georgia Pole. So that can be a bloodbath, and people just really need to know what's the safe way to rotate through. Is that Georgia Pole bridge actually as empty as it usually is?
Indeed, and as well, that Eastern Bridge, right, where you actually talk about the side of Novo, these squads, particularly there, Syrix, one of these teams overlooking it, and I think that it could be an interesting decision for how 21 Blackjack decide to move through Milto. Do they decide to immediately make that rotation through to the South Island? I don't think so. I would actually like to see them hold up around the farm, hold up around the Milto side just now, and wait for around that phase 2, wait for around phase 3 if necessary, to actually see which way the zone decides it's going to go.
I mean, they should know that there's not a lot of contest around them, so they can just loot up, as you said, play a bit slower. But they may decide to take some fights. This is the first game. People may get play very, very safely, or they just want to go out and hunt straight away. And one piece of info that they could use definitely is to look at the number of players on plane. If they paid attention to that, they should know there's maybe one team around Novo, and making the rotation through that Eastern Bridge that you mentioned a little bit safer. At least do some decent scouting.
Indeed, as we do get to see Arena 51 close their place through towards actually Conquerors here. And Conquerors, one of these teams that I do expect good stuff coming out of them, as you did hype them up previously in the pre-show, right? Getting to this team who have been able to, with this organization, take it to the world stage. And I think that it then comes into the mentality, the ability, the heads up, forward thinking for this team to be able to make those decisions to get them to those chicken dinner. And I do like them starting off, right, taking that high ground. That was certainly something that is welcome to see from some of these teams. And indeed, Arena 51 doing the same here, overlooking the flat fields.
And we also have some knock coming through around the Georgia Port area that's from none other than Hackshot himself from Optic Gaming. So we may see that kill feed pop up again on that, top left side of the map. And we can see this knock already. Very, very proactive push. Seems like they would just want to capitalize on this. CG is the team. CG Esports dropped Zaki. So that is really weird for me. They don't have to go through the main North Georgia pool to go through. And even if they want to loot up a little bit more, for them being the last team who dropped out of the plane, they should know. They should have done their homework to know that North Georgia pool is not as empty as they want. And not doing that bit of essential homework is the reason why they are only left with the duo right now.
Unfortunate for them, already down to the duo, but MPS as well. They swim their way over to the boat. They get ready for the rotation through out of Georgia Port. And I do assume they're going to decide to go toward the South Island. And although it's only going to be phase one, you do have to keep in mind that they do have to make sure that the rotation isn't going to be too slow as that zone does close in. And especially considering if it goes hard towards that South Island, we will have to exactly where it does go. Indeed, my eyes get drawn now towards that western side, Tarzan, where those teams look to be grouping up.
And we have this type of circle phase 2. We are used to this Highland Wolf. Basically, a Sosnovka military base finish. But you know what? We can't speak too soon, but we definitely know that Western Bridge control will come into play and become really, really vital. I'm looking at Cyrex. Okay, Cyrex Esports on that coastline, on that southern island. If we know where they dropped, they did not drop to anywhere, with too many buildings and stuff like that. So if they keep playing terrains of this sort, I wonder if they have the resources to carry themselves through to the late game.
Indeed, it will be the airdrop getting taken up by 5 threats, but it will also be them shooting down, finding one onto Nasty. They're going to finish that off as Jackson finds the first blood onto their enemies, as it will be 1 kill taken up for now. And unfortunately, there for TFN, they actually don't find themselves anywhere. And I do think that Tufan moving into the bridge, a weakened Tufan here, as they just go straight up against now Conqueror.
And this position as well, you can see how this is more like the reactive type of rotation, and just driving up to that lighthouse can be really, really dangerous if they don't have prior information, but they just full sent it as a 4 team anyway. And that's the problem that I have sometimes with teams rotations. You cannot just take a spot without thinking the escape strategy. The lighthouse can be completely choked off if teams decide to choke you down. And we can see 5 threats now coming in, noticing the rotation from TFN. We have a great split to keep track of TFN, as well as just controlling the whole western side bridge.
But this is risky coming through from Sorrel. As you also look down on the other side, Duskin's going to be taken down Ripson, as it will still be a secondary going through to 21 Blackjack, taking 1 down, as it will also down in the edge of the coastal line be 5 threats losing Soul. The 1-for-1 trade on the main screen, as we do see almost a second falling. It will be Bo Duskin in that kill feed to finish off that second kill we did get to see. And I like that they send over Anfo, and I like that actually here as well for Tufan that they're also making this time to get their players back up.
And 5 threats has actually a good split. I respect it. I think Sorrow maybe been trying to bait some peaks, and they actually did get that return knock, but at what price? This is a position where they have to bear in mind the defensive angles from that gas station, for example. The side of 5 threat need to make sure these 2 players who are more upfront have their backs covered, and we will see how this roll out. But if 5T does it well, TFN should probably get pushed to jump into the water, and we have a little bit more clash on this side right here.
Is come over looking to try find some of their own, but they can't quite find the second. Finally, Lisa will be able to take down Evil Doc, and that's going to be 2 coming their way, as well as Optic Gaming. They also now look over CG.
And MPS doing something very interesting. Maybe they were just hovering around and say, maybe Pochinki is free as well. We got some resistance around Georgia Pool. Let's go to Pochinki to loot more, only to find themselves the need to rotate even further. But we have TFN finally trying to fight round here, holding that siege against 5T.
As Kirat finds one, finds two, make it the double. As Kirat also now just reviving himself back to full health. You see Sirin on the front line. Kirat using beautiful peek through to that window. But can he jump up? Does he go for the risky shots? No, he doesn't. He actually holds down, and as a result, Sirin is able to come around the backside. Has to re-engage through this fight. Sirin looks to be cooking that grenade through to the front door, but instead chooses to go for that revive, but it should actually be spotted out. It should be aware here for Kirat to be able to stop this push coming through, but unfortunately for them, it does look like potentially a second could be coming up as Sirin has to go back inside. It's indoors. They will take down Sarah. Now Kirat is going to have to continue with his own revives. Jasan comes up for the duo.
Oh, and they're slowly fluttering it out, like taking so much time for both sides trying to toy and around each other trying to bait. But that numbers advantage will come through from that revive, and that is TFN actually taking that 3v4. They lost one earlier. They held it down. The patience didn't come through. 5T choked on that push.
Indeed, they did, and as a result, they paid the full price of it. They will get sent back through into the lobby as now MPS will also lose one. Slayer just succumbs to the blue zone as phase 3 already on its move to phase number 4. Conqueror as well looking over Cyrex on Savnovka.
And this is the next bit of control. I think very, very important to see how teams use the map knowledge to find the best bit of position. That when it comes to good positions, right, Island Wolf, they need to know the aggressive angles on there, knowing how to guard the defensive or weak side, I should say, as well as the multiple options to rotate to the next strong spot. And of course, let's not forget about this eastern side. 21 Blackjack in here trying to fight off the side of Over.
You can see come over a 21 Blackjack as it will be that fight on the military base. But how did 21 Blackjack come in? Well, you take down Lisa and you actually have come over giving it away. It's Snowix and Narvalo. Here will have to now hold up on the 2-man behind the rock, but where is Duskin going to throw that grenade? Maybe straight on target. Doesn't quite find that one into the knot, but we do confirm Lisa. Snowix holding his own, holding that grenade come through, but it shouldn't be able to find anyone. Just pops over her head.
And this is the time to be decisive because the next phase just popped, but we've only got 40 seconds remaining. So this is the time for these teams to start thinking what the plan should be with that beautiful nade, as well as definitely the time to maybe even get out or try to capitalize on at least 1 or 2 kill points. Over the duo is putting some work in.
Take another potentially as Narvalo chucks a second through. That's gonna be the double knock and the first coming down. And Raxo's regretting his position up top because there's nowhere to go for him as his team on the front line struggle. And so do Arena 51. Only Snap's gonna be up, but phase 4, you're behind the game and you need to get back into the play area as they will have to say adios to their players over back through to Miramar for game number 2. Snaps the solo, but he might not even make it. Barely going to be able to get back into zone.
I think that's an issue with experience as well. Arena 51 dropped in somewhere that doesn't allow them a lot of resources, but because they want to avoid the action on the Western Bridge, they went for really wide rotation by tanking some of the blue and lost 3 players by doing that thing. And Snap's the only one surviving with literally like 20 HP. So that is something they need to go and find out how they can do better when they're in position, very close to the Western Bridge. Why don't you just take it early? Why do we hang about so long so that your control has been taken away by teams who are literally from Georgia Pool? So that is something that we want to see these teams adapt and learn from Highland Wolf.
Yeah, I certainly don't disagree that wide rotation is bad because or is bad in this sense because it spent way too long to actually get there around that wide rotation. If you're gonna make the right wide rotation, fair enough, but do so come phase one. Don't allow that zone to just nom you up on that rotation through. And unfortunately, there 4 snaps looks like he might also be out of healing. Is he still low HP? 21 Blackjack also do have to be aware behind them is going to be Atom, and it does look like 21 Blackjack coming over the top. We're going to be able to find one. No, it is Wise MBG takes one down. But can the second come through? It's Axe on the front lines. As Malum also cooks up a grenade. But will he peek through? Will he get caught? No, he won't. As Axe also cooks his own, looking to try chuck it over the corner. But also Malum dodges it out.
A 2v3 situation right here. Atom's been rewarded for their patience. Bimba's slowly bleeding out, but this is the time to maybe capitalize. They can't completely be certain when it comes to stopping that revive. So Atom Elites really need to pull that trigger. Maybe the confidence is not coming through as much because they're playing as a trio, but they should at least, try to make some movements. They set up here long enough. They need to have that plan when they set up this trap.
I like this pincer. Brilliant work onto Malum. Takes him straight out of the equation. As it will be Axe now to finish that first kill through. And Raxo going to be the sole player here for 21 Blackjack. And just failed engage after failed engage for them has now resulted in this solo player outside of zone in a tricky position to get into zone, because look at how these teams are positioned. You have Conqueror as well outlying onto that south point.
And that is going to be, I feel like it's Optic Gaming's game already. I know we've got 8 teams remaining. I know we've got 20 players, but they have a good center position. But it's not just because it's in the middle. It's because of the amounts of options it's given. And of course, we see Arena 51 losing the last player as well. And this position by IND can be very, very strong. They can overlook the middle zone. They can get a lot of information, decide how to take the next spot. Although it's on edge, it's just because of the high ground and ability to give them information that I think they can make it to top 3 pretty easily.
I like the rotation though coming through from Atom, because they're continuing to look for that high ground entrance in, which is around the north side. And there is going to be the 4 walls that do protect Optic. It's the low ground that will protect them. It's also Conqueror tried to fend off their position on the south side, as Cyrex will also look to enter in. 21 Blackjack, Raxo still holding off. And I think with Raxo, the wisest decision would be to hold firm, just now wait for Cyrex to draw this fire through as they look to do their scouting, but might just lose some of their players. It's also Atom holding up against Cyrex, and 21 Blackjack still that rogue threat between them.
And I think this is, for these few teams who are fighting on the side, they need to be very, very aware of the threat of the third party. They've got a little bit of high ground, all that, but just all the main buildings in the center of the circle will be watching them. So this is a ticking time bomb for Cyrex, and Atom needs to know how to take out of this. And they opens with a brilliant frag grenade.
Beautiful, straight on target to Hyper. Look at Conqueror, they're putting in some work from the background, and they will force now the hard rotation in for Atom. Axe, then MGB. They're going to drive by that killer. They're not choosing to take straight through into Conqueror. They do realize the Cyrex are behind them, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be Atom still to find one. In return, Icy will get one back. Zack falls down as Axe, though, will be the perpetrator to take them out of the game. But Conqueror, all the meanwhile, take down another. They just pick them apart inside this zone.
And this is what I think as well. There's more options coming from the northwest side of that previous circle. But doesn't matter. I mean, they try to push in through the side and only to find themselves really exposed to Conqueror's control. And seems like Conqueror UK wants to clean this team fight out before they move in. We're down to 5 teams and 15 players, and the zone goes over to Optic Gaming again.
And this is how Optic Gaming will choose to control this game. They've got everything they need in place. They've still got 3 players up, as it will be also come over to snipe one through onto IMD, and it will be the second drop shot coming down, but it's not quite good enough. And as a result, they just lose one, and more go through with them. So it will be IND device be smacked down into the ground. Come over, though. You get come over straight into the hands of IND. And Krona says, thank you very much. Backs that one through himself as well. And Navalo down just to the solo.
And Navalo just needs to try find a way to heal a little bit, or tank it for one bit. But you know what? IND with the impatience, knowing the blue zone comes in, they will crash to a rock, and they will just be all pinched behind that. And Navalo will actually be the one who can capitalize on that situation, outliving the team who killed his teammates.
Beautiful stuff coming through from them. As you see now, Conqueror, they slowly but surely edge their way through this hill. And look at Quares looking to try find Navalo on the opposite end of this zone. And how on earth does come over get back into this game? There's so much space, and the smoke rows, you gotta hope he has enough to make it in.
So tricky. I mean, Optic Gaming has the hard cover. They have airdrops close to them as well. With the momentum, they've got synergy. I mean, past results, I think this can be their game, especially when the side of Conqueror is still trying to clear out the side of Navalo. But Conqueror did have that brilliant nade finish onto the team on that southwest side as well, and that will be them at least now turning this into 3v3. I think Conqueror has a chance.
Conqueror, they have the chance indeed, but Optic, they're the ones with the 4 walls. They're the ones in control here of the building in the center of zone. They have the advantage come phase 7 is Conqueror. They do still have 3 players up, as you mentioned. They got the hill, they got the ridge line to come over. It is now, how do Conqueror go for this? The 2-1 split, I like it. I like how they're looking to try and engage on multiple fronts.
You know what? The circle goes over to them again, and they also have a knock onto Gyro as well. So that's not going to be an easy fight for the side of Conqueror. If they still got those resources, right? Throw an aggressive smoke, stop them from peeking through. But oh my, yeah, it will still be in favor of Hackshot and Optic Gaming.
Danoka Damies, the Gyro goes for the revive, but is that the smartest decision? It might just be because Optic, they're not looking to go too aggressive on this one just now, as Quara still is up. So it comes back to the 3-on-3 situation. Another grenade comes through. Will they be lucky enough to dodge it? Yes, they will be able to. Danoka also looking to punish this revive onto Optic, but maybe not going for the spray means actually as a result, you're maybe giving this one away back through to Optic to make this revive, not allowing the opportunity to take Cable back out of the fight.
And I think the South Conqueror UK can just use this ridge line on the right, exactly where Varus is moving along, and they can still get into circle this way. But at what cost, though? They can at least pre-fire Hackshot in this bit, and I think they got themselves a great second option to get into this circle.
Indeed they do, but the Molotovs stop them in their tracks immediately. We're going to have to make that wider flank round. Sinistro also laying in that artillery down. As a grenade jumps into the smoke, and it will be them stuck inside. Danoka comes with a Jeep, but he's not able to push down Optic. He's not able to stop the pressure coming out of Optic in his first game. It's still, they just lay these bullets down. They just continue to keep Conqueror on the outside of this zone. Is the zone itself only now a matter of time here before it moves in?
This is time to transition into these things like, footstep awareness, but Gyro will first get found by Beaster with a wide angle. It's brilliant. Maybe Conqueror will die just right here.
You can see the Noka going down low, still up, but as they get knocked, it looks like it's going to be lights out. As Quires also falls down, and Optic, like you mentioned, will be able to be the ones to take home the first chicken dinner. 8 kills going their way. And Tarzan, that was a beautiful showing out of Optic. The control already showing strong in this team. I am starting to really have no doubts at all about their synergy because they looked straight on the money in that match.
I think there's also the adaptability coming through as well in that end zone, not overly relying on those hard covers. You see them push out, right? They push out to push Concrete away, force them to rotate in a particular way. Then they went back into those hard cover to, not really in the house, but using the structural advantage to get themselves this chicken dinner with a good amount of kills as well. So it's a really, really strong start. And of course, we saw like Concrete knowing how to play that mid-late game. And although they only got like 3 kills, but you can see that they didn't really choke in those situations. They had a solid chance to take that game away from Optic.
Indeed, it was a beautiful game for them, but we do have to go to the break before we can get back into the action, going into match number 2, which will be on Miramar. Just a short break away. Don't go anywhere, guys, because it is going to be a heck of a spicy one.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone, to what will be soon Game 2. But before we get into Game 2, we get to look at the breakdown of that first match. And it is going to be a beautiful one indeed, as well as we get to look a little bit through onto the highlights of that match as well. And I can't wait to see exactly how the side of Optic Gaming were able to take that chicken dinner, Tarzan.
I think it was a lot of proactive rotation coming through, right? They broke away from a basically 4-team situation around Georgia Pool, and that's one very, very important part. But we also didn't quite see a side of like 21 Blackjack in that endgame as much as we want, but not before they put some crazy fights over on that main island. And we can see how Optic Gaming started the game as well. This is a second kill coming through, chasing that team down from Georgia Pool to a more center position. And we saw how 21 actually fought the side of a come over through and through from main island to that southern island. And then, of course, Arena 51. We talked about how they could have done better in that game as well.
Indeed, right. The fact that unfortunately I think 21 Blackjack, they made a few mistakes. Also, Atom, they made a few mistakes as well. That opened the door there for Optic, just as you can see in that zone in the top right, to sneak their way through into the rest of these teams fought it out. You saw come over, also unfortunately able to come any further in the 4th position, as it was IND there to be able to take through that fight. And then towards the end, unfortunately, IND nowhere to run, did get taken down, come over full next, and it was only Conqueror, the final team to fall out of the match, as Optic, they secure that 15 chicken dinners points, and they take themselves a top with 23 points in total. As you can see, Conqueror up in second place, and shortly behind them, 15 points tied, Come Over. But the fact that these teams come with the aggression, I like that Optic Gaming and Come Over, 8 and 5 points respectively, were able to come out on top with that aggression coming through. And unfortunately, for likes of Busy Hunters, CG Esports need to just be able to show a little bit more of that aggression to get to the top of the leaderboard.
And looking at the points as well, we've got 5 teams getting double-digit points, and with our circuit prediction for the top 4, around 8 to 9 points per game, maybe all these teams still got that chance if they can keep that up. But just look at that leaderboard when it comes to kills as well, and leading by the side of Hackshot from Optic Gaming and Cable from Optic Gaming as well, sharing that second place alongside 3 other players at 3 kills.
Indeed, there you can see a Hackshot on the top. That was the player we talked about, and he has proven himself aplenty. Also taking home 656 damage. And that is pretty fair to actually say that he was eyes on target with his damage to kill ratio. And only just about 200 of that damage going through, but also the assist surely coming in that long team fight, adding to those extra little bits of work he was able to put out. But the fact that Optic Gaming, multiple members taking those leaderboards, taking the standings, showing that they are a massive team to be contended with. 108 damage is a massive number indeed.
And of course, we see the comparison between the first and second team. You know what? I think it's about how they play the position from the drop spot to the center circle. Conqueror knows maybe how to rotate and just find a good spot, so they didn't really have to fight it through as much. They were on that southern island earlier than many other teams, and that can definitely secure themselves a good amount of placement points like they did. But Optic, when you know how to fight, when you know how to time your aggression, then they shall be rewarded like they have in that game 1.
And I also want to mention, although it was a brilliant showing from Optic, I do think that actually the likes of the other end of the leaderboard, where you see CG Esports, where you saw as well in a way Blackjack falling not in the place that I think we expected them because of their failed engages. These teams, they need to be a lot smarter in how they choose to rotate into these zones. I do feel that is one concern I have in going into game number 2. Even the likes of Arena 51, who failed their engage. Miramar, there was no room for error. The map is so large. If you mess up that wide rotation, you lose a lot more than just down to the one player.
Something that I'm looking at as well, and based on a very analytical point of view, is the really textbook stuff that we need, right? How do you secure a rotation by scouting? How do you maybe send 2, right, to scout forward and 2 to watch? Are the splits actually well thought out? Is it just like a distance between players? We need to assess why a split is strong. If these splits are not well thought out or not executed perfectly, then you are just losing player 1 by 1. And we are waiting for more of these tactics to come through, and we will get to see more of that maybe later on, because we did indeed only had 13 teams in that game 1 when we were expecting 16. So with those players coming back, hopefully we'll see a lot more action.
Indeed, and I hope some of those trios to also become full-out squads going into the second match, as of course it will be Miramar to come on to the playing path very, very soon. But while we wait, I also do want to take a look at the other team, the second highest killed team out of that match, who has come over, a team that we also talked about fighting, having the potential to come out strong. And you mentioned, I think, the ability to make those smart splits. What do you think it was that actually was the undoing for Come Over in that fight over IND?
I think part of that came from their momentum by fighting off 21 Blackjack as a duo. So I think that is the ability of the controlled or the well-timed aggression and rotation come through, and I really really like it. Maybe they lost two members in the way that they didn't want, but they did. A lot of teams would just choke, they just go downhill after losing two players, but they fought off a full squad by doing a double knock, and they came into a bit of landscape where they know how to stay stealthy until they actually have to strike and even outlive the side of IND. So at least when it comes to individual plays from those two players, I really need to give them some credit.
Yeah, indeed. I think they come over our team. They have the potential here to challenge Optic, but it will be down to all of these squads to be able to dethrone Optic now, because overall, when we go to the very top of that leaderboard, when we look at Optic, that 1200 damage, those 8 kills, they certainly looked in control of all of those teams. And oftentimes the best thing to do is actually just sit quiet, wait for the rest of those teams to actually take each other out. And Optic, in a way, they were able to sneak through that chicken dinner.
I think that is them showing what we expect them to do, kind of, right? And of course, when they talk about track record and stuff like that, Come Over had a strong history coming in, right? They were second place in their group in open qualifier, so maybe that is one of the reasons why we've seen some potential as well. And this is the thing, right, Highland Wolf? That was just the first game ever in the campus championship, first Erangel game, and they need to fight maybe with each other again around North Georgia Pool in Game 5. Will we see 5 teams around there again is something that I'm really excited to see.
Indeed. I think they're going through to Georgia Pool in Game 5. It will be interesting to see if those 3 teams that we didn't get to have on the first match, if they also like to drop around Georgia Pool, because I think there's plenty of scope with that playing path. We didn't have to see 5 teams over in Georgia Pool. I certainly think there was space even around the eastern coastal line around Lipovka as well. Teams could have started even in Milta Power and Milta itself were all open for the taking initially. And I think that that's what these teams have to look back on is actually, do we need to contest around Georgia Pool, or is there simply a better spot in the zone that we could be taking? And again, you have to look at what now are the highlighted spots on Miramar. You look at El Pozo, you look like half the end, and you look at Los Leones. Are these teams once again going to conjure up together in the early game, where you see teams go out unnecessarily early?
Different map, different tactics, and definitely there's some level of the difference in map knowledge, like between the different maps. And of course, like still a big map, still a lot of wide rotations possible, and we will need to see the distributions of teams from the drops once again. Okay, so we will find out whether Optic Gaming can carry that over, and maybe even into the third game. Maybe too soon to talk about that, but Sanhok Game 3, just one game, they have to make it count. But very, very different compared to the other big maps.
Indeed it will be. But we do have to make sure that as we get on to Miramar, that we get ourselves heated up for the action. And I honestly can't wait as well to see not only how these teams play, but how they will be able to adapt going into the second game if they can come up strong, because as you can see, some of these teams on this playing path are going to have a better game, quite simply, than what they did in the first match. Just not good enough for some of these squads.
Well, we'll get to find out about that very, very soon. We have this playing path pretty horizontal, so putting a lot of parts of the map on the far north and far south out of the positions for these teams to land on through from Monte Nuevo to Junkyard. But we can already see so many teams going to El Pozo. Seems like there's some favor, Island Wolf, going to the top left side of any maps.
Indeed, it does look like the top left side is where these teams love to be dropping is El Pozzo. We mentioned it as one of these three core spaces. Not the biggest, though. Los Leones takes that prize, and unfortunately for them, they're going to have to fight on the early game. And I would actually like to see Five Threats. What they seem to be doing, at least just now, is moving actually towards the creative fields, maybe moving through La Coparia down into the zone if it does shift south, or just stay there and try to come together wherever the zone does go into the north side. But it does center around Los Leones. So these teams will now have to all fight through that central belt to get there.
And we already have some clash. 14 teams only, and you just hot drop on someone, and just paying the price already is the side of fear. And they can definitely fear the other team. MPS coming out stronger after not so happy or smooth off a game one. And did I get that wrong? Are they playing as a trio and they just took out 3? Oh, no, the fourth one's coming in. Kamara has been the imposter in that one, and they just claim Hacienda.
That is how you do it, straight on the money. MPS take down 3 easy kills, and unfortunately only Sasuke gonna have to make the walk of shame because they are already down to the solo. Is on the edge there. You can see Conqueror Gyro holding up, waiting potentially there to also make an engagement in for the long range. Optic are chicken dinner winners though from the first match over on Ministeriales, holding up strong. And I like that actually they stick together, because something that I think that teams oftentimes around Generales do is they split themselves a little bit too far between each other, and as a result there is actually they kind of eliminate themselves one by one, right?
If it's contested, you know what? Like, it's not just me. A lot of casters don't like Minas Generalis just because of how it's structured. It's just too much space between every bit of hardcover or buildings, and that makes dropping there very, very tricky if there's someone else next by you. It's highly reliant on luck, and so yes, definitely a very interesting drop spot. But what we can also look at now, right, is Los Leones in that center zone. What are these teams going to do? Like, should they just move over to Los Leones early to claim that strong spot? But the problem is, even for the teams that do they know that part of the map well enough to make the most out of it?
Indeed, right. And it's about the ability of these teams to make that long rotation through from El Pozo to Los Leones. In apologies here, it was actually Optic over in El Pozo, but still the same applies here of being so close together between other teams. In fact, it applies more so, because if you do split up, you actually end up getting picked off by players immediately in this situation. And you actually also see come over on the backside. I would like to see actually come over, make that rotation down through towards Lateralera early on, because I think if they don't do that, they can actually miss out on a great opportunity to just find an easy way into zone, away from the cluster of teams right now.
And I think whoever, like you said, right, all these cluster of teams to the top left side of this map should maybe find a way, right, to get priority to that main road entrance to the top left of this phase 1 circle. There's a lot of choke spots in there. Teams who get pushed away from there get heavily punished and forced to go all the way around, the south side. And even for the north side, not easy to come through that Picado Hill as well. So seems like there's a little bit of that tendency to play phase 1 slow very religiously, going to all those northern drop spots as well. So that will definitely burn some of those meds, take some time before they come into phase 1. And I think for now, that is the style of play across the board.
I like, though, the Optic. They're using this 2-1-1 split. They're using Hackshot as a front line, but they have Cable and Co on the backside to be able to provide a cover fire. If Hackshot goes down, they're slowly edging out teams from El Pozo and forcing them out of this current location, or saying if you don't move out, you're gonna have to fight us eventually as we continue to surge building by building for that fight. 21 Blackjack as well also will now leave the fray, and they will move their way closer to zone. The smart decision here, not going to get caught out early on, but it will be if death can take one out on that rotation. Indeed, MPS team also make their rotation through. Now, slowly picking up those buildings in the open fields, getting ready to do the same.
And that is a lot of split loot that can come from the sides of MPS around Hacienda del Patron. And I mean, it's still a very, very strong spot if they want to maybe keep 3 players there and one closer to Graveyard so they can just choke all the teams who are rotating through those junctions. As you can see, the abundance of teams who like playing to the northern half of the map is just crazy. And but we also definitely see those teams trying to respect each other around El Pozo. It seems like the side of Come Over may clash with the side of 22 and Blackjack earlier than we thought.
Indeed, they're going to get caught out in each other. And this is why I said what would have been smarter is for Come Over to make that initial rotation so not to get caught by those teams on El Pozo. But take my advice or not, maybe they're still able to win this fight, although 21 Blackjack did look like a strong team. And nevertheless, Come Over beat them out in the first game. We'll have to look to see if they can do the same. MPS in their Golden Murado going to make sure they too dodge out of this blue zone. These teams surely learning from their mistakes.
And it was good from 22 and Blackjack. They pulled away. They did not risk to get the more vehicles in the middle of the city of El Pozo, and they just opting to grab those vehicles, on the outskirts. And I think that's a very respectful play, and it's good by them. Speaking of these rotations, I want to draw our attention to the team called Arena 51. They were the team that dropped pretty late, right, in along that playing path. So they should know no other teams are as eastern as they are. So they have that access to go along that long road, that eastern main road, to maybe come down through that white rotation, come back into the outskirts of Los Leones on that eastern side. But once again, are they proactive enough or aware enough to take that rotation proactively will remain to be my key question.
Indeed, as they continue to scout out alongside the outskirts, and they will not find anyone there for sure, but inside the zone, on the edge of Impala, is going here to be Arena 51 esports, and as a result, I do think they being stuck on this coastal line is a little bit tricky considering this zone does go away, because I would have actually liked to see, in a way, decided BH do a little bit of pushing against them, try to find a little bit more scouting, actually use Evil Doc is almost a bait to actually find exactly how Arena 1 want to rotate and then cut them off at that edge of zone.
And it's actually really crazy to me how these teams want to basically intentionally play slow and just loot up. Just look at Cyrex right there, still hanging around Tierra Bronca, and look at this circle going basically to the bottom right of the map. It's phase 3, and these teams still, feel like it's safer, to loot in the blue rather than clashing with someone on rotation. And that's very, very different to the level of play that we're used to. But you know what? It's about time to have some fight. We have 22 and Blackjack maybe finding some players from the side of 5 Threats.
Well, 5 Threats here don't look like they want to be too threatening, because instead they're on the retreat. You see Sora leading the charge away from the fight, and they too will look to try repositioning zone. And this comes off, I think, here, Tars, and the fact that zone did go so far away from many of these teams up north, and there is actually only a pocket full of teams down in that zone, which is why you see these teams not wanting to take the congestion. They would rather play for priority in the zone, which fair enough is great, but eventually they're still going to have to take the fight. As the Busy Hunters here on the edge, they have played for this zone control. We'll have to look to see if they can take down Arena 51 beside them.
Really hard to tell. I mean, these teams have not shown the particular style of fight yet. And sometimes it's so chaotic right now, or we lack so much data, okay, for me, the professor, to find out, to predict what's going to happen, especially with these rotations as well. I would just say it is new to me. Can't really say it's weird. And for a team like CG Esports, who needs to redeem themselves, they actually could use a bit more of a proactive rotation. Meanwhile, 5 threats finding some good spots and will kill one of the players of Atom Elite.
5 threats finding first blood in his game, and it's a beautiful one to start them off because it slows down that rotation. It allows some more space going into zone, more time to make that rotation through into zone. Is that Solo still alive? A fierce Sasuke holding up inside the shed, daring not to make a peep of sound. Atom acts also the Solo is a duo. Zack only now out, and as a result, it will be him, unfortunately, up against 4 players. But 5 threats with only 1 player. How many can he take down? Will Axe be able to pull off the 1v4? No, he won't, will be the answer. He goes straight down.
Playing as a duo as well, it makes me wonder what is so interesting for them on a Saturday afternoon that they don't play the glorious PUBG and miss out on the chance to get some prize money. And we will say, you know what? The other teams would thank them for that, and for a team like Cyrex as well, now finally coming through still tanking the phase 4 blue zone. They need to get through the side of Busy Hunters as well as I think the last player of Fear as well on that side. And Arena 51 can actually have a very open, right, eastern entry point.
Just that beautiful grenade coming through straight on target. Axe nowhere to run, was not expecting that one, gets caught out in the barn. He looks like an animal in headlights. As a result, it will now be as well 21 Blackjack moving their way closer and closer to TFN. And I think TFN, one of these teams, right, that we do have to look at, Tufan being a team that needed a little bit more oomph out of that first game, and if they can show it, that is going to be brilliant stuff. But I do fear that if they're unable to, they're missing out on valuable opportunities. They're missing out on a second game to earn some valuable points, which is what they need right now.
For sure, and the side of Cyrex as well. Are they done tanking the zone yet? I don't even know. But let's head back over this side because 21 Blackjack had enough waiting. Now on top of them is the multiple teams that they almost clashed earlier. This is going to be a nasty fight, I feel like.
21 Blackjack holding up on the edge as 5 Thieves once again look to pincer with Tristan on the front. They got a member on the backside, and look, it's just a party because there comes CG Esports. 2 free kills. The third one almost is Duskin barely avoids the tire. It goes straight by his cheek, and he will be able to keep himself up for now. But how long can he keep himself and that beautiful B backpack alive as 5 Thieves look to try take him down? Raxo on the long range, unfortunately just can't quite find those shots on target though. Can't quite find the long range.
And I think the role of Duxon is very, very clear on 21 Blackjack. He is just that scout, really, really bold, played really controlled, really upfront at the moment with that overwatch from across the street, and just heavily reliant and trusting his teammates to provide that cover fire. And that will be, rising from 5T saying, like, screw this, we're going to pinch this guy. Seems like it's just a solo, and Duxon will have to find a way out at the moment.
Well, where's his team to come up? Where's his team for the cover fire? Is he's got the open road to cross before he gets to shake hands with his fellow squad? So as a result, it is also going to be moving up to the north side of zone. Thankfully for them, some space given, because 5 threats, they instead look to take central control of this zone, looking to take the high ground. And
this is a type of circle, right, Highland Wolf, that teams can really out knowledge, I should say, therefore outskill another player. There's not really a lot of hard cover. Yeah, there are some buildings and whatnot, but they need to know the absolute strings of that pocket of position, a term that I really love using in PUBG, and they need to know that pocket and how to get in and out of it. What's the strength and weaknesses of it? And we can see Optic Gaming now fighting the way through from the north side. This is time for them to shine and prove themselves. Concrete UK still need to get a spot in the circle, now rotating in from that northwest side, and we are looking at how they are going to do it in a safe manner.
As well, you can see Conqueror, they do be able to find their way into zone. Is 21 Blackjack unable to stop them for now. But keep in mind they're only the trio here, Tarzan. Senso had been eliminated early in this game. It also does look like 5 threats going to find one on to come over. The initial knock comes through.
And you know what? Like, that is just... Maybe they're unlucky. It could be internet issues as well, because feels like there's a lot of players dying to the blue zone in mid-game as well in game 1, so who knows, we'll give them benefit of the doubt, but for sure won't be going in without a 5 STFN, and Nasty goes down trying to scout further in, and the rest of his 3 teammates would just be forced to wait on the outskirts for the next phase to happen.
Unfortunately for Tufan, losing one early on, not the way they wanted to go. Optic, death gets found and will be reaped by Ripple. But unfortunately on the backside, Yardlet has also been taken down with the knock. And meanwhile, Arena 51 have their own fight versus Cyrax, and well, it's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. Physics versus King, and who will be King of this matchup, as Icy has to try play God with these remaining 3 players of Arena 51. Make it 4, as Physics is now back into the fight.
And that's the issue with this type of landscape as well. So I just drove in. They lost the player. Hype was, not worth the hype for sure. Like, he just drove in and died from the car explosion. That is the key. These are the strings that we need to see. The scouting, knowing the limits of Ridgeline. And look at Icy really using the Ridgeline for sure. Literally 1 HP now facing the push from Arena 51. This team is ready to strike back after game.
It looks like, unfortunately, for the side of Cyrax, they've met their match in this second game. But I say that, they find a beautiful knock. Can they find 3 more? No. It will be the trio eliminated. Cyrax gets them packing. Is Arena 51 crucially keep all 4 players alive, and they now have to question how do they get into this zone over that ridgeline, because there's some open ground that teams ahead of them, like Come Over, Conqueror, and even to an extent MPS could take control of them.
And I think it's going to be really interesting, right, on this eastern side, because MPS definitely put some pressure onto Arena 51, and that's how they got some knock onto them. So Arena 51, knowing that information from MPS, actually try to avoid that side and are forced to come into the pocket on the south end. And that may not be the best plan, because they have this tendency, right, to not take a fight unless they have to. And someone put up on them, they fought it. As they drove past someone, they tried to avoid it. So what will be the plan, right, for Arena 51? Because they definitely will face a good amount of teams on that south side.
Indeed, look at that replay. Look at a beautiful shot coming through. Slayer finding one on the descent. And you just feel sorry for Busy Hunters as they get one knocked. It will be INDevo, 2 ways to go, 2 different directions to cover. They find a beautiful shot. That was the turnaround you needed. In disaster there for 21 Blackjack. They just aren't able to find the pincer. The teamwork not working out for them.
INT Cronus with the brilliant drop shot. The 180 reflex is really, really strong from there. That is the momentum that we need. But Shashank still need to hold this down. The breach from TFN is now coming in. The relative high ground can be really, really strong, but Shashank needs to have the trigger discipline as well as passing on that information. But the nade comes through, and that is going to be another brilliant knock, and they continue to hold this edge strong.
Well, Team IND, where were you in match number 1? Where was this aggression coming out of you? 3 now kills go their way, as it will still be Tufan on the outskirts of zone. Nowhere to move in. He just even being played by Shashang like a fiddle, as he just destroys these 2 members potentially alongside this zone. Cronus as well. Look at him on the peak, looking to try find Schneer. The bullets go in, but it's going to be Cronus that goes down, and there will be some respite for them, but beautiful cover fire. Finds that one in return, and now it's only Kirit left remaining. Shashank goes in, but goes so low, has to go for the first aid kit. That's too risky. 2 risky mistakes, and that's going to be as a result. Them losing 2, them dropping out of this lobby. It's TFN, Tufan, only Kirit left, and come over. They're making this opportunity work. They find 1 kill, and 5 threats take the other.
Come over with the overwatch over that fight right there and just punish all these teams who've forgotten about the other weak sides and weak angles. And that was also the side of IND, right? They had some good individual plays, but that split was too far apart. Didn't allow them to support each other and just gave so many pressure away. It's just losing that one. But you know what? They can come back stronger now. We've got this shift pretty open, I have to say, with dips here and there. And Arena 51 can maybe slowly push in MPS first, clear out the side of CG Esports as they claim at least 1 dip for now on this northeastern edge.
Indeed, MPS, so if they lose 1 member, as 5 threats will now smack another into the dirt. Is it looks like Slayer Asuma, that split, they've lost the middleman, means they might be a little bit too split as a result to come together as that team. Snake away, not gonna be quick enough to come together. Slayer loses his life just down to Asuma, but they also now had to keep themselves alive in their own fight versus the rest of 5 threats as they come through. 1 potential knock doesn't get found, and Asuma now in trouble through the other side. A surprise shot for 1 HP. He finds a knock. Can he find a second? He gets 2 down, but how much health does this guy have? He gets back through the full HP, and he now looks to find a 3rd. Can he take down the full squad of 5 threats? He takes down 3, but finally, he is stopped. And Fo is the one to stop him. And it will be unfortunate for them, though. 5 threats, that fight did not go the way they needed it.
But you know what? They lost 1, 2 knocks onto them, and they are still strong. They have 2-digit kills right now. The 5 threat team has more than 10 frags, and that will allow them to maybe overtake the side of Optic Gaming, because Hackshot is the last one standing for the strong squad. And I love this type of end circle. 6 teams, 15 players still. And it's a matter of, reflex, map knowledge, trigger discipline, all that good stuff, time aggression, you name it. And that will still be maybe the time for a team like Arena 51 to shine.
Well, if Arena 51 versus a full squad to come over, but unfortunately they've already lost Xerox. He gets dropped down to his knees as they will lose the scout into the building. Now comes the rest of the cavalry, Can the rest of the duo enter in. Now you see Demon as well joining up. So he's not able to stop him, and now Lisa on the outside looking to try be the one, maybe going down for Arena 51, but on the backside damage is already being done. It's going to be come over with a beat, and Navalo is going to be the one to take down 2 more, but not before he gets sniped down on the outskirts. 5 threats also joining up to this fight.
And look at those smokes right there. I think it might be from Arena 51. Just a little bit of tip right there for whoever's watching. Just throw a smoke into the building to stop them from peeking. Why waste all those smokes when then run out in a very predictable path? Force yourself to clump on one side and get yourself pinched by that team. And that was why they went out. And of course, with the only by his lonesome Hackshot went out for Optic Gaming at the 5th position as well.
And then you just go straight down to 4 teams, as unfortunately 4 of them another drops as Conqueror, Gyro, outside of zone. All of them, in fact, outside of zone. Only five threats here, realistically, with a chance to do so. An entrance into zone. His gyro does get knocked, and that's going to be one for Conqueror down. Wawaz we'll just have to wait here as Malum now smokes himself up, has to continue that ascent, but he was the one down below. He's the closer one to that blue zone, and you can know here, Tarzan, this big blue is coming up behind all of these squads.
And I think it could be anyone's game. Like the two solos can just wait it out a little bit. They've got some spots for now and can wait for a third party. The number advantage go over the full squad of Come Over, as well as the trio of 5T who had, I don't know, 12 kills right now. So it could be anyone's games. Like I think the solos just need to know how to stay patient. And then these two squads just need to really tighten the formation.
Look at that, though. That's what you needed. Whereas with the two knocks, Golden says hello to the gun. And it will now be Come Over just to the duo. Snowix holding up strong in 5 threats. This might be the door opening for them to take this game, as they will eliminate Wawaz. Malum, now the next one potentially 4. Yes, they do find it, and it's just gonna be straight to 2 teams. Navalo gonna have to make his way up top, gonna have to surface, but he gets knocked. And now with only Snowix on the edge, there's nowhere to hide. He's one heat, but he has lasered down one. But the second out of the trio remaining is able to find a chicken dinner. 5 threats with 16 kills, taking home that game. That was dominant by 5 threats from start to finish.
That was a really, really good demonstration of the different aspects of skills. You know, they pick fight when it's to their advantage. You don't just open and take any neutral fight. It pops up in front of you, you assess, look at the circle, know which, like, where your team is, have that team awareness, then pick a fight that is favorable for you. And they use every bit of pocket, the term that I use. Every phase in, they establish something that they could capitalize on, and then eventually win that game from that relative high ground. Just very small bits, but those dips were enough.
Indeed it was, and I think that we do have to keep in mind that those dips are what played into actually 5 threats' favor. It was the thing that got them that win. As you can see going through these highlights, 5 threats from that first moment, taking down Atom and Axe in the barn, which started their role, started that ball going through in the snowball with also CG moving in on top of them. Yes, they got handed a few kills, but it certainly didn't stop them from their ability to control those final few zones.
And you know what? Arena 51, I thought they had a chance to redeem it from this fight onwards, but I definitely saw, how this team could still improve when it comes to some fights and some minor mentality tweaks that they need, and Optic Gaming, still getting points in, although they lost, a lot of players trying to charge in from that northwest side of the circle. They still show a lot of skills.
Right, indeed, the fact as well about IND showing up strong initially in that fight, unfortunately wasn't able to finish it off. They got eliminated as well. As unfortunately, you can see CG saying hasta la vista, MPS. 2 to fall to 5 threats. And although it was a beautiful showing there from Isama, almost finding that quadra kill and using the full health revive to be able to almost do so, is unfortunately there as well to come over, not using the awareness that there was still 5 threats over the hill. They also got called out. But by the end of it all, when we just go back to 5 threats, taking kill after kill, they did exactly what they needed to. And the rest of this lobby, including Conqueror, they're helping out to finalize and solidify that chicken dinner coming over to them.
And with that, we have that 31-point game from 5 threats. You know what? We can almost forget about that game one for them, because they are averaging, I think, Highland will more than 20 points per game. And we talked about that so-called bubble, and that is the points that we expect them to get, maybe, around 80 from 10 games. And in 2 games, they're hitting maybe half of that already. And that shows us the importance of having these big games. And we also see the SAR 21 Blackjack coming back, bouncing back with that 12-point game. Very, very important for that. But you know what? I'll just leave you to talk about this. My lord.
5 threats, 2 players on the top. You still sneak another one. Sorrel down at the bottom. Double digits, 10 kills for Antho. Hands down, that MVP of this game did so much work to be able to save himself and his team from disaster in that potential quadra kill against him. He was the reason why at 5 threats were able to take this chicken dinner home.
I just can't wait for those stats. 10 kills. Are those good kills? And I think yes,
they're good.
Because very good damage, and they were able to, the team should put down so much damage. Just look at the first, second, and fourth one on this list. Do some quick maths for me, Highland. That's almost 2k damage from these 3 players. So they've been fragging out like crazy, and every shot of Antho counts, because 1k damage, 10 kills, that means every bit counts, right? Like, he didn't waste ammo to spray on something that he couldn't finish, or etc. So that is a very, very strong game. Oh, help me. Spare me, Lord.
That's almost 3k. That is almost 3k damage, and it doesn't even compare to Come Over in second place. Yet Come Over, they beat the damage out of Optic in game number 1, but the side of 5 threats, it tripled it. They tripled the point of points they effectively were able to gain in that first match as well. 16 kills says it all on top. And as we go there to the standings in total, we'll be able to see exactly where it puts them on this leaderboard. And I dare say pretty high indeed. Tied with first is Come Over Conqueror, edging 3rd, 4th position. And we think start to see our teams who are rolling away with those top 4 spots.
And you know what? There's a very interesting top few teams. I think especially the top 5 teams all showing some strength in terms of how they play. I know we might have hyped up like the likes of Conqueror and 21 Blackjack, but you know what? Come Over in 5 threats has been standing out the most, because they have not had the so-called zones that have been given to them. They fought through it. They chose a side to control, and they made it work. And that is some very, very exciting teams, coming into this tournament that we want to see them do. Of course, still waiting for Team X, Exotic, all those teams. Come on, join us for some fun. Don't miss more games.
Indeed, right? And I want to see what these other 3 teams can do, what they can be able to pull out in the lobby. And Thea were a team that were in that second match, but just didn't have the game from the moment 1 in their hands. It was a team that got trio knocked early on as Thea just went down to Sasuke. It really was over from there, I might add, for Thea. And Busy Hunters and CG Esports as well are kind of unable to be able to get those points from that first match, convert it into something in the second game, and going in to Sandhawk for match number 3, that's not the way you want to make it look.
Very tough one, because this team has shown mistakes in at least rotations. When it comes to the department of scouting, they keep driving into areas like they're expecting there's no one, when it's very likely that they see someone, like dropping late in the plane path, crashing into area that you should expect someone if they looked at parachutes, and etc. So this type of mistakes would be even more punishable on the map of Sandhawk. 4 kilometers times 4 kilometers. You can expect players anywhere. You cannot go around and have your guards down. So if they don't find these, things, learning points or improvements, it will be the doom, of a team.
Indeed.
In this level of play.
Indeed, it will be. But before we go for the break to Sandhog, and if you guys as well at home want to have your games improved, want to be able to pull out those banger chicken dinners, and you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free, of course, PUBG mobile game on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G, and be able to have those pop-off standings just like 5Bs and Optic Gaming. But we will have to wait for them and the rest of our teams with one short break before we get on to the hands in the jungles of Sanhok.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have it. It's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Trying to stall, but your time will come. Better than riding alone, stuck inside of the zone. But before we head home, I'm right with my scope, and then right where the go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly, I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which would you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, Sire race plane and walking on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it dog. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty lady, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they get you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharpest a dagger, my mama ain't raised a slacker. Coming in high and heavy, the breaker and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm preaching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try and stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night we ride. You try to hide and run. Come and call, dog, your time is done.
Welcome back, guys, to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where we just saw 5 threats take home a chicken dinner in the second match of Miramar. And going now on to Sanhok, it is only going to get even more dirty, even more spicy from here on out. But as well, if you guys want to be able to win and want to be able to do just as good as some of our teams here, you also can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But without further ado, it is going to be myself, Heinlein Wolf, and also Professor Tarzan on the desk here, going to bring you continuing all of this action. And 5 threats, Tarzan, they looked so good in that game, and they controlled that zone so well.
After all, you know what, Jake, consistency is the thing. 31-point game, I did my math a bit wrong, so they got 3 points in that first game. Right, so they've shown a good game. Can they carry through, right, that into the later games in a different map as well, different type of play? And it's so important to know how to adapt, and they should probably do it better than me. Is you can see the beautiful sunshine with that little bit of sunset on my face, changing it completely, changing me to jaundiced person. I don't know how to do that and make myself look better, but these teams should probably do that, because you know what, they were gonna get cashed like so much on that line, and this is the start. There's no time for them to lose that focus. 3 more games to go, the only Sanhok game that we've got today. Are we ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Are they ready is the question, Tarzan. That is the question. That is the question indeed. Is my favorite thing to do when we get on to Sanhok is when you go on the plane, you get your music in your ears, you listen to a little bit as you drop down. And for me, the song of choice would have to be In the Jungle, the Mighty Jungle, the Highland Wolf sleeps tonight. I love a bit of Lion King. I mean, I know my singing is garbage. I've been told that before, but I will take it as a compliment.
Fine.
You don't have to say it.
That's brilliantly done, and you know what, that already. The Lion King has a place in my heart, I like
it
worked
does
around that type of production, etc., and has great life lessons. And you know what, if we can find some life lessons in this game, that would be good as well. You know what, it's not just a game if you don't need it to be, and if you allow the game to be beyond game, then it would be great. And right now it's time for Arena 51, dropping in Cow alongside the team of the Busy Hunters. We are yet to see them more, right? So maybe whichever team gets a good team fight in here will propel up that leaderboard using that momentum.
You are spitting out wisdom here already in this third game here, Tarzan, is it will be the side of Busy Hunters up against Arena 15 Esports in this third match. And to start us off around Cow is no better way to do it. And I like that actually what you see here is Wolven answering that split through from physics, denying Arena 51 that opportunity to go for the flank.
And you know what? It all comes down to how experienced they are in this position. One thing to note for sure is Arena 51 being closer to the shoreline. So which one allowed them to maybe rotate around it a little bit, but that also means that they've got, a very hard blockage to freely enter the south side. So I think this is the time for Busy Hunters to really, position in a way to force Arena 51 to even swim away from Cow. And if I were them, that's definitely what I'm going to do.
Indeed, as you can see that zone go through on between all of the three islands here. And this is what these players hate. This is why Sanhok is so infamous here, Tarzan, because which way is that gonna go? Who even knows? But it does look more towards that main island, thankfully for these teams. And interestingly enough, around our center, around Paradise Resort, completely uncontrolled. And I'll be looking to see how teams, if it continues to centralize up in that location, take that hill just south of Paradise Resort, or if they choose to actually go into the compound itself.
I think what I will be looking at, right, Alan Wolf, is the team around Mong Nai. CG Esports once again, right, get to fly over a very highly congested and contested spot being Paradise Resort. Remember that plane path along that western side down. If they want to reach Mong Nai, they have to fly over Paradise. And like in Game 1, where they flew over North Georgia Port and didn't use the information available to them, if they know and they've done the homework in this Game 3, they should go to Paradise, loot up even more, and then have the option to play that healing strat that is so famous for and so useful for this map to get some important and much needed placement points at least.
Tufan up against 21 Blackjack over in Painan, and it will make that heal and that revive through back onto Jashin, but no more healing in their pockets to be able to get him back up to full health. And unfortunately for them here, 21 Blackjack not able to find him, even though it did look like they had the angle on top of him. So they do get home safe back into the compound itself. But Tufan, while they fight, is going to be MPS, taking one onto the side of Sasuke, a second onto Fear, and it already looks disastrous once again as Sexy also now goes down.
Fear is not having the time. They've got two rough starts, right? Just now, 3 of them got cleared out early, and then now 2 of them just get caught. And with this big split, they are in Lacau with the other 2 players, so there's just no chance for them to cover this. If they want to go for a punch, that would be completely possible as well. And one way to maybe slow down the enemies is to drop your loot around to make it hard for them to grab your stuff. And that is probably, it's not Lacau, that's Kampong, excuse me. And but that we can see, the power of getting some early info maybe to set up some traps. Maybe MPS tracked the movement of Fear from early game and set up that trap on the southeast side. And that is more and more important as a skill for teams to execute. And I just love that congestion around Ruins, through a trifecta to boot camp. Just give me some action. So many good squads around that segment as well, Highland Wolf.
I love that actually IND here around that L compound, looking over at them, looking behind onto Conqueror. They are the gatekeepers between the south, western, and the main island of Sandhawk. And it is up to them to be able to not get pinted. It is up to them to use that strong position wisely to not only stop teams going through the mainland and gatekeeping them out from it, but also obliterating Conqueror if they continue to, in that direction, go towards Team IND and choose to go against them. But as IND move away from that L-shaped compound, it is going to be up against Atom they find on the Bootcamp Hills. And MBG found himself in a tricky position up against the 4 players, but he seems to be, for now, holding off his strong.
And I think MVG just doesn't know the best way to play this spot. He doesn't have a lot of resources. He has the high ground, and these type of small watchtower is for players to play very, very stealthy. They almost should, okay, just wait for enemies to run around them until they end up between, like yourself and your teammates, to strike. But he just hears something and stood up and shoot. And that for me is a big mistake. That is not how you play those spots. And maybe for him, the idea is to push enemies away because they love that bootcamp hill so much. And it seems like that has been okay so far, but this clash is about to happen, is bound to happen around Cow. Arena 51 tried to rotate wide and still force, at least feel some pain from the Busy Hunters.
Busy Hunters didn't move away from the compound just yet. They're able to find one down, but at least Physics is able to use the laws of gravity to crawl his way down towards his teammate. And it will be Astrox to provide that revive. And now, with a full squad up, they know that Ripon, they know that Wolvan are up in his position. The scout has been used and hasn't gone down. It means as a result, Arena 51, they know exactly what they should do, and that is make an even wider rotation through the road past Cow and make a long entrance into zone.
And that is probably the only way out at the moment. Let's just assume that Busy Hunters knows how to hunt around Cow, and Arena 51 should really read that, and that would be, knowing when and where to fight is just such an important skill, like from a team that wants to make it to a higher level of play. And the other squad that we really like so far is Come Over. Now, sharing this, a bit of a split around the quarry compound has multiple options, and just need to see what they are going to do, because there's so many power positions close to this position. We've got the cliffside on that north that has a bit of an overlook, or they can enter to that west side over that Painan Hill on that main island.
Indeed, as you can see, Optic, they're positioning over the bridge, looking there with Cable inside of the compound to actually use the information of where 21 Blackjack are going, use the information of how they should rotate in. And I like this cautious approach. It keeps all of their players alive. And I also worry, actually, for the side of Five Thieves, because look at the positions that they put themselves in on Bootcamp. They're taking multiple different locations control here. And although that creates you great vision, if a team decides to aggress you, it is very difficult to come back as a squad to be able to answer them. If Atom just decide to roll down that hill, if Risen can't stop that engage come through. And I think that is a mistake that Five Threats do make, and they do need to be aware of the possible push coming out from teams later on if this zone as well continues to centralize around Bootcamp.
And that is a very valid point. Like, we've seen a lot of teams holding a spot like Paradise Resort or Bootcamp and continuously getting zone blessed and still not tightening the formation. And that is a very, very common thing to see. And even in the caliber of teams at PMPL that I watch, sometimes do choke due to that same reason. So spot on there, Jake. We need to see how they make it easier for themselves. And Arena 51 definitely need to do that as well, because had some good fights last game, but still hasn't really properly redeemed themselves yet.
Fear as well also need to redeem themselves after the miserable game 2, the no-show out of game 1 that they have had so far. But the zone's still 100 meters out, and although they're healing just now, in a way I feel like what they should be doing is running straight into zone, finding some space, because although you actually have 2 fan ahead of you, you still have the edge of that hill to provide some form of protection. And because that zone goes up north, you can assume that players will rotate to that zone and give you some space, at least for the moment being, as Busy Hunters once again run in to Arena 51 Esports, and these guys just can't get a break.
And that's the thing as well. It's not just about coming in or, the break is created by themselves sometimes. Right? That you rotate like that, there could be a team in paradise. You need to get yourself in a position or rotate in a way that gives yourselves a plan B. And now that is them just able to make it. And the side of Busy Hunters haven't, been able to get too much out of this. They've been, prolonging this fight, pushing and pushing them around. At least I think this is a good way for them to control every single bit of position that they go towards. But they've got another 30 seconds before they have to find themselves a new home on Sanhok.
Indeed, as you can see, Busy Hunters continuing to actually fish away the opportunities for Arena 51 to make it through into zone. You can see them making it very difficult with Yali as well on the flank side. But I do like that they retreat off of that fight. They actually go for instead the engage through into zone. That makes much more sense to me, especially considering that the zone continues to go those hard shifts towards the north side. They should be able to use that advantage of being in the north to set up a good position early on away from these teams. As unfortunately, though, Atom, who thought they were in a good position, have been now found out one knock by 21 Blackjack.
And I think this is the thing, right? Like when you hold a position like this, and Atom chose to hold it, like for the past, basically from early game, and they just need to know every bit of the strong angles and the weak side, and you can see the side of IND still holding on the side, knowing that there's a team above. They did not pull the trigger; they just holding that spot to catch them slipping, as well as farming, at the teams coming in, maybe from that south side.
But my concern, right, is how much loot, how much equipment do actually Atom have in their team? Because being so much in that hill, overlooking bootcamp, and not even choosing to engage onto 5Bs when they had that split formation, actually is a mistake in my eyes, because they're wasting time when actually the rest of these teams moving into zone, they'll be much better equipped to make it if there are continuingly hard shifts.
I think, maybe they seen someone dropping boot camp. They chose the usual compounds and allow themselves to grab just enough stuff. And but you know what? Let's pause that for a while, because CG Esports want to prove us wrong for what they've been doing today.
Well, CG Esports, they're still alive here. They found two. Kira almost does actually find that knock, pops his head a little bit too far over that rock, and the rest of them now had to come in. The cavalry has joined, and with Jashin down, with Sarah down, will it be enough now for the rest of TFN? Can Tufan be able to keep this one alive for themselves? They keep control of the zone, but how much longer will they be able to do so? Phase 4, as they do find the revive onto Snare, and as a result, they keep themselves up as 3 players. But CG, they find the revive onto both, and there now is the squad.
And I mean, both of these teams need to know that they have been third party, okay? So they still need to keep it really careful, as we see CG had a little bit of a better start, but you know what? Still not making it through. Still need to fight off TF, and both teams got 20 seconds to go and still got 200 meters to move.
There you go, CM as well, as it will be CG, maybe losing another, though unfortunately Kira is going to be the perpetrator of that. One finds now the second knock through, and CG looking to maybe lose another. It's Nasty on top. Will Kira actually, smart decision here, takes the buggy, just chooses to ignore that fight because they know if the zone has gone away from them, and leaves Jessop on the edge of the blue.
And it's not going to be easy, because just look at this ending, basically in boot camp, just driving on this compound and not dead yet. TFN, Kira, what the hell is going on? 21 Blackjack did not strike at all.
He goes for the warehouses and he survives. Tufan Kira is able to keep his squad in his game massively with that rotation, to fail a 21 Blackjack to not be able to stop that rotation through. When he appeared at the front door for him to knock him down, a massive mistake, but not going to be the mistake here to allow CG also into zone. They will fall down. CG Esports out in 13th position as well. Conqueror on the edge of the beach looked like they've come up to a hard rotation as IND look to take down Gyro. They will be able to find it. Senso down on the blow side, also staying quiet. Stanoka, whereas on the front are up against the full squad. You can see IND is slowly making their push in. They know that they are there. They know that Juarez and Danoka are there, and if they can continue just to push a little bit more, they should actually have found that 2 kills. I think they were scared that potentially the third member right comes out, but a full squad is much easier than a duo.
I think right now, right, IND is a little bit too tunnel visioned on the side of Conqueror. With that, they almost making it work. They're taking time bombs coming in. They need to know the price of spending so much utilities as well in this position. They're on edge. It's very likely that they have to move.
Indeed, it will be. They need to move. Unfortunately, Senso can't even get up, but Danoka's standing up, trying to be the MVP. 2 knocks make it 3 with the previous one, and now the only solo here. But IND fall down, and Danoka is able to find it. A drop shot wasn't enough. Conqueror wiped the team, and now also wiped will be Busy Hunters. Arena 15 Esports take them down finally. The chase has stopped.
And you know what? Maybe it's the first time in forever that they can actually do that. And bear in mind, we still have Optic in here. They tried to play that position, that coast side with a split control. I'm really intrigued to see how they come into this next phase, like especially when it's not really like in their favor and the blue zone is now closing. And see, 2 of them using the car right now seems like they have a little bit of split bet situation, maybe, rotating back to the coastline. So let's see how Optic plays that. It's not going to be as easy as we want. And then we also have 21 still needing to hold their spot. They held it long before and they didn't capitalize on it. Now putting behind them is Atom and actually gets 1 kill.
He is able to find the entrance in, but the blue zone still takes him down. And will Blackjack be able to survive? Can Hermanos keep himself in this game? Axe looking to try fish that one out, but not quite able to. The zone engulfs him. And now Cyrax as well, to this team as well, looking to try find a way in. Is it also looks like Uzi? They are falling down one at a time, and Conqueror, there's nowhere to run for these teams, nowhere to run for Tufan. Kira, he's been alone in that warehouse for so long, but here comes Cyrax. 1 he's found, maybe a second. He dodges out the bullets for now, behind the bag, behind the crates, but not enough. Too many members throwing at him, and Saf will be the one to finally stop that run.
And Cyrax finally showing up a little bit more. But so with those 5 kills and the full squad up with 5 teams remaining, they have a good chance in here, but they have to first go past Optic Gaming's duo with that opening knot as well. Cable's not scared to rotate further in. The duo who had that training through PMCO UK is here to show the Cyrax team how it's done again after that round of the tournament.
But Cable goes down to 5 threats, and so does another. Is come over, lose 1 completely. Is Tristan will be the one to take down also 21 Blackjack and knock against them in 5 threats. It is up to, as we say now, how do they control boot camp? It's gone over to them. 5 threats have everything in their hands to take another chicken dinner. They got 7 kills. Can they take it to a victory once again? But Anthro almost goes down. That could have been crucial, but not found just yet.
At least it didn't overpeak that, and this is maybe Hackshot with some chance right there because Cyrex has to move as a team. One knock onto them as well. Over is still in here, but he will get found. 5T can maybe take this. The circle keeps going to them on boot camp. Another one comes down from Entho.
Cyrax also dropping one at a time to the zone. Hype just gonna heal himself up infinitely until he can no longer and try hold on to this zone. 5 Fresh surely have taken this game. How long can he survive? Visor looks to finish this one off. 10 kills, looking to make it 11. Not gonna let this zone take him, but he gets the zone to take him anyways. And it's gonna be still though the double digits coming through. 5 threats a second time in a row take the chicken dinner.
That's what I mean, like when it comes to momentum, and it doesn't get better than this when you also get a boot camp finish for your boot camp drop. So I think this is the important thing that people and players need to see is luck is always part, of the game, and
Right.
You shouldn't get carried away like by when it's not on your side, but because people do screw up as well when it's on your side. Like 5T, they know the angles, they know the split. They did not get pushed from one side. No one overpeaked or got knocked or anything from what I know, and they just make the most out of the position in this pretty big position.
Indeed. But we do have to take a little bit of a quick break before we get into the standings, before we get back onto Miramar for game number 4. And if you at home also want to enjoy some spicy games, you want to be able to take a chicken dinner of your own, you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. That will be a beautiful phone for you guys to pick up at home. But albeit while we're at home, while we go to a break now before we hit up the 4th match, we will see you all in a moment.
Everyone knows it's way too easy to roll over the tricycle while jumping across the hills. Some born mechanics even shoot the third wheel to make the bike more stable. Actually, there's a simpler way. Just hold down the down button and your bike will never roll. Try it out.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner hand is ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive? Only ride, you can't hide. at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which would you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty lady, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they get you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your food. Bring it back. About to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. They made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. The emperor heaters listen to pick them off from a distance. And listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try to stall, but your time will come. Got the drop on them, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survived the night, we ride. You tried to hide and run, couldn't call, though your time is done.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship once again, where for the second time in a row, 5 threats took the chicken dinner over on Sanok. And we're here now just to break down that victory, to break down where it puts all of these teams on the standings. You're joined by not only myself, but Professor Tarzan, beautiful as always, and going slightly more orange here as we continue through the night.
Yes.
On to the right of me.
It's sunset. I mean, this is interesting, you know, to see the world change, the day change as we go as well. And you know what? The jungle stand-up will actually not change because it will be ever so brutal and deadly. And we can see some of these shots. And you know what? Like, come over that squad. We are looking for them to do some more. So we need to come back stronger, I guess, in this game 4.
Indeed, as we move through over to CG, sprinting it through over on to Toofan, but unfortunately it was CG's undoing, being stuck behind that zone, and was the undoing of all of these squads being behind in the zone, whereas the rest of Blackjack sat pretty inside the compound to the edge of boot camp. You saw Conqueror as well try to make their mark over into zone and struggle alongside Atom.
And so much control coming from that squad as well. And Arena 15 may be doing a little bit better. They've been fighting this squad on, and finally got into position to reverse gatekeep. Of course, brilliant 1v3 as well from Danoka over here on that cliffside against IND will give them a lot of good momentum in that game.
Indeed, moving through to Surix and then also to Toofan, who was able to stop but not stop long enough the engage through into boot camp. And as they all executed each other here, Tarzan, it was just a case of Anfo to come over the top of the warehouses, take out Optic Gaming, and then take out the rest is they also eliminated Come Over. And then all they needed was a zone to clean up Cyrax. And from there, the chicken dinner came into their hands. 25 points go through over to 5 threads. But Cyrax as well, much needed points, take 17 in second place with 5 kills on top.
For sure, and look at just. I have no words, right? I can't wait to see how 5 Threads play another game, especially if they are not given the circle, right? Because 2 wins with those momentums, 2 different types of win, suggest that they might have what it takes to make it all the way, to win this whole thing. I mean, look at Optic as well, like making it through well enough, okay, but 1 kill point is not what they want from this squad that shows so much power in the past. In Concrete UK, we did hype them up, and they've got some, redemption to do.
Indeed, and indeed. Though it seems to be the same similar teams here over at the top with some slight differences, the bottom stays the same. Unfortunately, they're Fear once again in last position with 0 points, still to find a point in this 3 games now, going into the 4th. And I really, really fear for them as a squad, because the ability to rotate into zones, to have a favorable position for this team, is what concerns me the most, Tarzan.
I agree for sure. And this is, you know what, teams I think could use like this as practice as well. And this is, with this production as well, they get to study a lot of the mistakes and how each other play, and they can basically predict a lot of the fights if they believe in their own analysis, and that is where they can at least come out with some strong fights in those early games and try to carry that over. And of course, with the amounts of kills in this game, pretty even.
Right, as you can see, Toothan able to take home the top. But as you say, right, it's 5 different people taking home 3 kills, and then the rest for 2. So it was actually a low kill game on the whole front when you split the kills between each player individually. And though I think that definitely, as we mentioned, 5 Threads had a lot of help with the zone to enable them to get, as you can see already, 8 kills on the top there, and still the rest of the 2 going to the other player of 5 Threats, so still in a way equalizing what was in the leaderboard. And I think as a team, 5 Threats played that one though well to stop the engage through from multiple fronts, and they did what we asked them to do right at the start. We saw them able to come together as a squad and control that western and that northern side.
But just look at those damage as well. But we had our doubts, Island Wolf, when it comes to Entho and the rest of 5 Threats holding boot camp. But as you can see, they are putting so much work in as a team. That's 500. That is almost. Is my math okay? I think it's 2,000 damage at least, and that is them, showing us how it's done. Having a position to maybe farm, they know how to use that to their advantage. But because we've seen so many teams, like you said, just going one by one, trying to split in the position like that.
Yeah, indeed, and they were able to stop all of those teams in their tracks. I don't think even one player touched the entrance to the compound. I mean, the likes of I&D got really close, but well, they never actually entered it because they found themselves running through with that buggy over to the warehouses before you could even think. As you can see, though, on the top, 5 Threats take almost 2,400 damage once again. And when you combine in 2 games, okay, the fact that they totaled now 5,400 damage. They've totaled 26 kills between the last 2 games. Not even the 30 points that come through from the 2 chicken dinners. This is dominance coming straight from this squad.
And I think I do recall some of the names of that team as well. And reminded me, I think Yatam is definitely one name that I remember could be a female player as well. I would need to do a check for that, and we should do that, Island Wolf, because it's very exciting to see why a team's been showing so much strength. It's almost like they've been playing together for such a long time, and they will continue to hold that top spot with almost a picture perfect 1-to-1 placement points to kill point ratio as well.
Indeed, that is the way you want to keep it. But about a difference of no more than 10 points between kills and placement points here is where you see the consistency overall in a tournament. And 5 threats keeping it real tight with only 3 points difference. But the fact that they've almost totaled here 30 kills, they're tied for the most in placement points. The consistency is immense. And as I do say though, I want to see the zone go away from them, because game number 1, where the zone wasn't in their hands, the team just below them, Optic Gaming, they showed their strengths in that situation.
Yes, but you know what? I think Come Over has overall a little bit more consistency just because of how they played it, or I should say the circle and the situation allow them to show us more of what they can do, when Optic's been doing the textbook thing, right, when the zone's going to them, etc. So we need to see how it comes through. And Cyrex made it to that 6th spot from that one game, essentially, and we talked about momentum all the time, Island Wolf. Who knows what they can do, right? Like with that one, like in the likes of that game compared to 21 Blackjack, who's been like hanging around that spot but hasn't got any particular flashy or strong plays, maybe Cyrex can overtake.
Right, the fact that actually Cyrex Esports moving up to 6th position is massive for them, because they're starting already to congest over those top 4 spots. And I think although we do see a big sizable gap coming through between 5 threats and the rest of these teams slightly below them, I do feel that there is time to catch up as long as you are able to stop 5 threats in their track. But talking about 5 threats, we're on match number 4, the 4th threat of 5 out of these maps, as it will be Miramar on the cards this time around. And it only gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and I'm super excited to see what they can bring to the table once again on the Desert Dunes.
Especially when they've played it already in match 2, and same for Eranga in match 5, played same map in match 1. So we talked about studying, we talked about adaptation. Show us those secondary or even like 3rd drop spots, and show us how you can take the fight in your favor this time against the same enemies.
Indeed, right? And it's about how now they're able to control those hills, control those ridge lines, because that is exactly how 5 threads took that first chicken dinner. And I will be interested to see if teams moving into the second time round onto Miramar will use your main, I think, piece of advice that you were giving to these teams about smoke, right? About being able to use it effectively, not only as a way as a smoke road in, but also against teams. Use it more aggressively, right? And that's something I think from all these 3 games that I am yet to see from these teams, because in more higher tier games, and when you start to look towards PMPL and even PMCOs later down in the year, that is something that should come naturally to all of those representatives.
Definitely. I mean, utilities, like efficiency of utilities are very, very key. The people actually spend time in training ground, like some pro players that I know, practicing, how to throw frag grenades, the separation between the smokes, knowing how long of coverage that it can provide. I mean, I've done that studying in the past, and you for sure know that, Highland Wolf, but there's so many ways to practice how to make them better, increase your chance of winning.
Indeed, indeed. And as you saw previously there, the brilliant, the beautiful Redmi Note 10 5G. And if you also, guys, want to get your hands on some beautiful PUBG games, you know what to do. You can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience, of course, on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G itself. But it'll be interesting to know, I mean, if any of these teams are using it, because maybe that's the secret weapon, maybe that's the secret strategy here that Five Threats are using to win these chicken dinners.
I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it's a very different generation now. With all the tech and all those stuff, you know, gaming phones.
Are you trying to say we're old?
iPhones.
Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm old. Okay, I'm old. Like, I think you're at the prime age, you know, of like,
You're not
depending
old,
on how you
Taz,
see
come
it.
on.
And
Like-
you're just hiding behind the camera. You know what? And but old enough, you know, to feel like it's really something that teams could look into, especially if they have funding, sponsorship, and all the stuff. Like, what is a good phone? Like, do they need to consider stuff like streaming at the same time, or saving, you know, a gameplay so they can use for analysis and reflection, or you focus on a phone that may not be as compatible to all those other tools, or the so-called on the portfolio of a player, but allow them to just play smoothly? Is a very interesting topic, especially when it comes to the campus championships. Do they work when they
Indeed.
study? Where do their money come from? Like, how did they fund their phone? And sometimes, so respect goes out to a lot of these players who somehow find a way to get a good device, or if they didn't have a good one, still manage to perform well.
Yeah, or do they use their book as a shield to allow no one to see them playing PUBG Mobile on their phone behind it? Maybe that is what they use their study books for. Yeah, maybe more so than reading multi-purpose. And that is the smartest way to play it. Of course, PUBG Mobile is a beautiful game indeed, and we get to watch two more beautiful games here still. Is we are waiting, of course, a little bit, but while we wait to get on to Miramar, I do want to speak of the mentality of some of these teams lower down on the leaderboard, because, as we say, it is the same teams appearing down at the bottom of the stats time and time again. And what do you do as one of these teams to be able to pick yourself up and find your way to that left side of the standings?
They need a good leader. They need at least one player in the squad who knows the team well enough to say something to pick them up. You know, sometimes teams may be losing fights and stuff and still are chill. Then they probably need, you know, more focus. So it's about a little bit of that balance. But most teams and players that I know tend to get very stressed out and choking themselves before the game chokes them, or other players kill them. So it's all about that bouncing back. You know, the awareness of self is so important. I swear to God, I can't express how many talented players I know when it comes to talents in, you know, mechanics, talents in game knowledge and stuff like that, just would completely sabotage himself or herself because he just can't find some good skills around managing, you know, the motivation, managing the emotions going through these games and tournaments.
Indeed, it is about how do you pick yourself up. It's about how do you take yourself to that W. Indeed, how do you even find some points in the case of Fear? And while we talked about Fear in the control and the rotations moving into zone, but I also feel that they kind of do it to themselves in the way they rotate, because the way they started off these initial games, Sanol, is they went for the 2-2 split and they found themselves close to another team, and surely they're aware that a team should be close to them, judging by their knowledge, looking around how many parachutes are coming down to them at the start of the game. So is it just a case then of Fear needing to come together as a full squad to be able to find their position up in the leaderboard?
It's a multifactorial thing, right? Like, so I'd say the mentality is the first thing to fix, because without that, they can't use what they already know or what they already have. Okay, but once that's fixed, then they really still need to go in and assess something more, like with more empirical data, right? We actually don't know where we drop, right? We don't know how to split around it. we can't even tell, in our own heads where the car spawns are. Like, those are just hard facts, and you just need to get it over with, understand your flaws, and just know that there is a beautiful thing to know how much more that you can learn about the game. That's how much you can grow, and then you can excite yourself by the thought of it. And I think that's very, very important if you want to go further.
Indeed, right? And I think going into the fourth game, I think that they've seen one Miramar before. Yes, it didn't work out for them initially, but you get to also use your homework, you use your knowledge and your study of where those teams dropped. And, well, a place that was empty and a place that is possible for this team to drop is Chumacera. And Chumacera, for not only its ability to be left alone in a space away from these players, but its ability as its high ground for vision, for the ability to get vehicles to rotate through open plains into a city if need be, either Los Leones or you move up north to Bacaro Hills, where actually then you have even more control that you can muster when you look towards getting more high ground in the center of zone.
Definitely, and that has to come from their studying, like you said, but it also takes, some weird, how should I say this? Okay, there could be a situation where two teams went for their secondary drop spots by adapting, and they still clash somewhere else. Like, these things are just, then it's the battle of how well you know your secondary drop spots, I guess, and part of the deal, part of the game.
Right, indeed. And I would actually love as well to be able to bring up the standings and bring up the current leaderboard while we do wait for the fourth game. And it would be interesting to see exactly where these teams are once more heading in to the fourth match. But I think as well, while we possibly wait for that to come up, that how these teams are going to be able to bounce back in terms of other squads at the top, right? Because we have seen a slight dip. We've seen a slight dip, okay, between Optic Gaming in the first game, who controlled, might I say, the zone beautifully between the rest of these teams around them. But then coming into game two, they struggled moving over that ridgeline, right? They struggled in game number 3 to get out of boot camp, even when they found themselves along the warehouse. Is this maybe that idea of a team leader? Do they need to maybe decide, well, if one of our leaders goes down, is there another leader that can step up and take the plate?
I think this really comes down to the team structure. Some teams like a more round the table approach. Some teams have a more, paternalistic, so full control type of in-game leader. But some in-game leader will make the final call, but are more welcoming to other ideas. So that is one thing. Secondly, and I think lastly in this matter, is how people still can focus on doing or saying the next right thing in a bad situation. Sometimes a lot of players have that ability, but they decide not to. They want to play the blame game. They want to shout at each other. They want to, be frustrated and have it destroy the likelihood of them getting more in that game. So that is why it's so important. Like in my experience of coaching, players as well, I always see these. And these are the very, very important aspect. Like, over skills is the brain. Like if you don't have that mentality and character, you need grit to be a good player. You can't wait. Like, the work won't slow down for you. You can't wait for the puzzles to somehow fit in for you. You need to find your way in there. And other people can screw up. You still have your role to play to stay resilient. And that is a very elaborate answer, but very, very true, in my opinion, and really, really shows why some of these teams can lose 3 and still get a lot of points from that solo or from a duo when some other teams will just fall one after the other.
Indeed it was. But do you know what else is the truth here, Tarzan? It's going to be a short break before we go on to Miramar. I know everyone hates me. The break couldn't will fly. But we will have to go on one, I'm afraid, as we sort out some behind-the-scenes stuffs before we get to see even more hot Miramar action. We will see you guys in a bit.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free falling out of this, ready for what I'm pitching. Hey, nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide around. Try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together better than riding alone. Stay inside of the zone. But before we head home, I don't like with my scope. And never know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay with the zone. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman cause I'm known for carrying tools. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's pretty ugly. This ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, someone of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharpest a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter. They made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. And listen, yeah, got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Yeah, try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them. And we going hard. Yeah, survive the night, we ride.
Welcome back, everyone, again to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. It's been a little bit of a break. We had some issues. We had some wires getting cut, and we have now cut the people who are cutting those wires into little smithereens. And now that we are back on, ready for game number 4. I am excited. And like we discussed previously, it'll be interesting to see who will be able to take this 4th game, because Tarzan, it was looking so dominant for 2 games now between 5 threats.
5 threats, 2 types of chicken dinners, like we mentioned, and if they want to show that they deserve that top spot, then I kind of want, the gods of PUBG to make it hard for them and make them fight for it. And so yes, with that standings, 5 threats, 59 points right now on top. And if they can just take, we talked about how many points they probably need, right, to make it to top 4, then they can skip that whole 3rd week as well, go straight to the finals, and maybe 5 threats can make that happen. But 2 more games, that can be a lot of points, High Level.
Indeed, it could be. And you see Optic there clinching still on to 2nd position after they took the first chicken dinner of tonight. So it is going to be these 2 top teams with the wins. And I think a team that is being close to a win, having consistency, as you can see through these 3 games so far, has come over. And I think that they are on the brink of victory.
And, there's a few teams as well, Highland Wolf. Across all these, for example, MPS showed glimpse of strengths. At least look at that kill points, right? And I think with some studying, and it's easier, to know how to thread the needle in, to know how to pace themselves and be safe with rotations. And that is easy to fix compared to teams who are more used to avoiding fights or not knowing how to fight. And same for a team like TFN. So Tufan is the name, and showed some promise as well. And I kind of have this feeling, Island Wolf, that I want to see these teams show us more, rather than just 5 threats showing us how they can continue to dominate.
Right, and we were able to actually see through some instances of team fighting, some potential there from, as we mentioned, those 2 squads. And I think, though, on the other hand, what they are struggling with seems to actually be the placement points and the ability to then find a spot in those final zones. I like a team who can be aggressive. I love a team that can show us some action, but I do want to make sure that their ability to still have consistency in and across games in the competition is on par, because that is the most important thing. Because by just staying alive, you're already giving yourself a better opportunity to grab kills than actually just going for kills early on and actually finding yourself out in maybe one of those bottom positions.
Exactly. Like, aggression is a very interesting topic. I love, you know me. I have a lot of philosophies around stuff like that. Timed aggression, and my favorite would be, and I still hold on to it, knowing the difference between how to play aggressively, okay, but not disrespectfully, and that is so key. Okay, and we will have this game for finally the brilliant desert of Miramar with that playing path going from Tor Ahumada all the way to Valdemar, making certain spots, Los Leonas, for example, a little bit harder to reach, but you know what? Good parachuting skills, opening your chutes early, all those good stuff can maybe allow these teams to go there if that is their spot. Of course, in that game too, we saw a heavy favor for all these drops on the northern half of the map.
Right, and I think as well, Busy Hunter's one of these teams who love to drop in Impala last time around, no longer going to be able to do so. So it'll be an interesting decision to see where this time around they decide to drop. And we mentioned one of these positions being Chumacera for these squads, and it is open. And I'll be interested to see if some or one of these teams will decide to go for that very location. I'm hoping that is going to be CG Esports making their way over towards that. I'm hoping that this could be a rise of CG Esports, because this is a team that I think, as well in a way alongside Atom, in some ways a consistency, both need some valuable points going into this match.
And I think Atom's Elite may be going for that. And CG Esports, with what they've been doing so far, I think seeing those parachutes may push them away from that position. And I don't disagree with that. And I think that is just securing the early game. But you know what? We saw a lot of favor for El Pozo, and we already see it. The two of the three squads that we think may make it to the finals, straight through that top four spot, are the side of Come Over and Optic Gaming. And Optic Gaming strikes again, back to the comfort spot, showing who's boss right here.
Beautiful from Cable. Before even the rest of his team had landed, he had secured 2 knocks. And now that the full squad, the full team of Optic Gaming is in play, how much can actually the rest of Come Over do to secure this win? Because in El Pozo, being down a player and being in between not only Optic, but also Busy Hunter, I think that actually is very, very tricky indeed for how they decide to fight as one, but if not fight, how they decide to disengage out of this compound as a whole.
And I think that's also, right, another important thing here is for a team to find that balance between tracking enemies and fighting, as well as grabbing those vehicles. Of course, we've got this phase 1 that's pretty nice to these teams, pretty much in the center to their playing path as well, but that will still come in. Right, I think it's even more punishing, like later on when you just get crashed, maybe. If it keeps going to El Pozo for good few phases and teams start to look at you from the outskirts, then you would really, really wish that you focused on those cars.
Right, and indeed, I think that as we also move over to Atom, I think that Atom have been one of these teams through the first 3 games. They have had that potential. They, as we say, have just needed that extra little bit of bounce to get them to the final hurdle, to get them over to that chicken dinner. And I think that one of the ways that it could do this is actually continuing to take control here on Miramar of the high ground, because this is something that we didn't actually see too much of in the previous Miramar match. And I was surprised to see that, indeed. The team's not looking to control the high hills, potentially here because of how central this zone has gone in phase number 1. Picardo and the actual Picardo Hills itself and moving around Power Grid. That would be a vital location for some of these teams to take control of and actually be aware of rotations coming in from other squads around them.
I think that is very true. I think that plateau, where some people call it the Picardo Hill, is a great spot. But there is, I think some limits to it. teams usually need a very, very good amount
Oh.
of hold that thought. Brilliant preparation from Duxon, just knocks Lisa on that peak within split seconds, and that is just, you know what, preparation. Crosshair placements important. Look, he's tracking,
Oh.
waiting, peak, dead, and that is just how you do it. The zigzag with the bait as well coming in very strong. So let me get back to my point.
Right, yeah.
Let me get back to my point with that plateau. You need some good amount of resources before you can claim those spots. There's a lot of people open fire try to control with a long range fight and often don't get to grab those loot, like from killing enemies sometimes. And back to El Pozo, and this is for me, bring it over to you now.
Rip on the edge. But Death, he looks to cook Death up in his hand with that grenade in hand. And unfortunately, unaware that actually I think Ripon is here right beside him. Maybe he needs to listen out, needs to listen to where the rotations are coming from Busy Hunters. Instead, shuts the door because you can see the two-man flank looking over him. So actually a smart decision to retreat back here. But Busy Hunters, they've got the number of Optic and they know exactly where they are, all in one building, which makes it tricky to escape because there's no flank, there's no vision coming out from Optic because there's no high ground control and there's no idea of actually how Busy Hunters will be rotating. That's why you see Hagshot just peeking out, trying to actually spot out the members and what is going on outside this building.
Well, this is the type of situation where, you know, like, it's important to just control that little bit of pocket in the city, but it's just so many people all around, and they just need to know whether it's worth it, like, to make certain pushes, and I think the experience from Optic Gaming allows them to know how to control their aggression, for example. And at least the side of Busy Hunters won't be too busy hunting right now. Knowing their limits, they will retreat away towards that north side of El Pozo.
And as well, I think we do have to bring ourselves back while we do wait for the long range fight to ensue. Actually, about the zigzagging idea, because I wanted to bring our attention to that while we have some respite. In why teams here, Tarzan, why players do they zigzag? Because we talked about it off air. I want you to explain it to me, and I want you to explain it to the people at home why we do it.
So most of the time with the zigzag, right, is a situation where you push into in the open or kind of push towards, beautiful shots coming through, and one death may have his one death very soon, and we joked about that before. But yes, back to the zigzagging, and so sometimes you push through the open, or you're pushing an enemy that you know where his position is at, and you're just trying to basically zigzag through and make it harder for the person who's third person peeking to line up their shots. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but a lot of people don't know how to do that properly. And the definition of whether it's a good zigzagging is by two things. One, whether he has his crosshair placement on, like, done splendidly, placing exactly on top of where he thinks enemies may appear. And two, whether that push itself has an effect to give the rest of the team some advantage, maybe someone to overlook. You are trying to zigzag and run to bait some shots. So when people peek, your teammates can maybe make some good work done. And meanwhile, some pickup, very good work there. We'll both drop down, lose some health. I believe almost re-knocked again. So you can see that small trick there with that parkour action by the teammates of One Death. Hackshot knowing how to land on outside of the building first before dropping down. So One Death should maybe learn that, so he won't have this
One Death,
soon.
he's a little bit more heavy-handed with his approach, we could say, escaping out the building. Not so glamorous, but they are able to both escape. And with also there the trio of Cable and rest of also final Optic Gaming in the squad still in El Pozo, they're going to actually be able to escape. They're going to be able to disengage. And I think that this is smart coming from them because actually Optic Gaming as a whole, they're on the corner, they're away from the zone now come phase 2. It makes sense to not push for that fight. It makes sense to, if you're gonna go for that wide rotation along the western edge of Miramar, do it now so you avoid being caught out later on. And as we move over also to San Martino, we can actually see the side of Cyrax holding over IND. Interestingly enough, the King doesn't get spotted away, and I think that's a missed opportunity from IND, actually being able to take out the flanking side of Cyrax.
I think there's two very important school of thought in that type of situation. One, you either decide to expose your position and make sure you can finish that kill, right? Or you just hold. You hold and wait till this zone completely closes to see whether you can fight this in a way by using the zone so that Cyrex will rotate or move in a way that's more predictable, and then IND can maybe strike again in a way that they can capitalize on more. But that was definitely not just a missed opportunity. I think is about trigger discipline and all those stuff that I mentioned, maybe using the zone to your advantage. But you know what? They get to try that again later on, and they may fight.
If you find success, if you take down the squad, who needs casters to tell you otherwise anyways? Is 21 Blackjack will also move their heads, move over this ridge line to the two-time already chicken dinner winners, 5 threats. There's Hanto and also the side of their teammates move on the backside, and Duskan, Vote finds a beautiful shot already onto Anfo, and that's one down. Make sure he gets the first through, but has revealed his position. And although he has delayed the response, although he's taken that vehicle away, I would like to also see the rest of 21 Blackjack move up a little bit more now that they've opened up space, because Duskan, he's still far on his own.
And I think that's just his role in this team, someone who scouts very boldly, someone who takes crazy wide angles. And I mean, just look at him. He knows exactly what he needs to do as he tracks movement. Exactly. And that's the way to maybe shut down the side of 5 threats. And this is something you probably like, Island Wolf, because they're holding this Picardo Hill or this power grid plateau area, like you mentioned in the early game.
Indeed they are, and they've actually pushed, as you can see, 5 threats further down towards the plateau itself, more into a tricky position where they'll be unable to escape. But as that zone moves further south, it actually is a very tricky zone indeed, because only compound realistically available to these squads is Picardo itself. But we all know how difficult Picardo is to escape from. As you can see, unfortunately, there Cable proving so is it also on the outside. They get caught on the blue zone, slow rotation through. The multi-split here coming through from Optic with Beaster and Hackshot on the north side. And although you are, of course, looking for positions in zone, you're looking there with Cable over top, come over themselves. I think that it is very tricky indeed to actually split yourselves in this way, because being in this position, if you come across a full squad, how feasibly will actually Hackshot and Co as a duo be able to take down an entire 4-man team?
Well, what they have to do maybe is to know how they can get the most points out of this game. They were both teams quite far from that circle, with that southern hard shift as well. They should maybe go for a wide rotation in the anti-clockwise manner to enter from the south side. I think that would be the best bet for both teams. Actually, even for like Optic with a full squad, it's very hard to charge in through that plateau because it's so congested already. So I think the best way to get in for many of these teams is to avoid a very bold type of charging in and just go a little bit more wide, come in from the La Bendita side or even from the south, and we can see some of these teams maybe trying to do that, and 5T refusing to give up some control on this edge, but they do know for a fact that they can maybe farm some kills here if they know the absolute limits of these tips.
but also here. And I feel like a little bit of a negative Nancy because I am being critical of these teams, but it's all in good faith. It's all in these teams being able to improve. And I do feel that Five Threats have made the decision wisely to actually move off of the ridgeline, because getting off of Picado Hill is insanely tricky when you're caught and pinched between a zone in the late game, when there's not much space to maneuver. And by doing that heads up play, by rotating down further, they can still look for kills later in future compounds, but they're going to evade that problem of being caught with nowhere to run and then being pincered themselves. And unfortunately there for Cyrax, on their late rotation, they too have found themselves being pincered by CG Esports. As meanwhile elsewhere, we have Five Threats up against Busy Hunters, and also you see Atom further down in towards that zone.
Yes, and of course, Icy actually made it out alive, baby. But that is CG Esports trying to land some kill points, because it's about time, lads. Like, there's no more time to waste. This is fourth game, and you only get to play 10. But they did take out one back tires for the Cyrax squad, and that would be very, very harmful on rotation. We all know how reliant buggies are on those back tires, and we also see the side of Optic Gaming, two of them knocked to the play zone. So wow, and look at this face. It's going to be a Picardo finish.
I love the Picado. I love when we get to watch these teams and how they control these four stacks. As it will unfortunately be Cyrax moving into another compound, but even more unsuccessful than the last time, as they will actually lose a player off as Scythe goes out of the match. Hype now also on his own, as you see Icy has been knocked elsewhere in the compound, and he is not realistically going to be able to protect Icy, because look, you have decided to fin right behind you in that four stack the full squad, and also on the edge of graveyard, on the edge of zone, the of teams, which is IND versus Arena 51. It is a two look to control the edge, look for a way out of this zone. Is it IND? They were looking to try gatekeep them out. They found the initial knock, and with that knock onto physics, it makes it very hard for Arena 51 how to disengage. How do we get out of this compound? And I think the smartest way to do it is exactly what they've done. Send one player out and use Xerox as that bait, as that other player to try buy your solo some time.
I almost feel like they're just leaving that player to die, because Xerox, I'm not sure whether he has a car, and but the other player definitely rotated the way that I thought they should just go wide on the other side, take that time to do it. But now that he's like left by his lonesome, he has to fight this, and he's only got 5 bandages, so that's definitely not enough. And with that fence there, making it even harder, and Demon will just have to go on foot. This is going to be a very interesting circle, and holding that ease lip of the ball by the Conqueror UK squad, finally showing up. That's one of the best spots in the circle. The only hard thing is on edge, and it's very likely that they will have to move again and have the rest of Picardo looking at them, and MPS down to this one player, and Skynet just need to drive like a madman, and he lives for another day, at least for now.
But how long can MPS keep going, rotating different spaces around the zone? Because there's increasingly less space to drive. And there's only so many times you can drive through without a team blowing up that vehicle finally. As you mentioned it, Conqueror UK, they've got this excellent position moving in. And I like that actually you have Senso in the back looking for more kills, whereas the rest of your team, they're ahead, thinking about the zone, opening up space for when Senso needs to then move with the team.
I think Conqueror UK has one of the best positions right there. Like, it's crazy. On paper, it's just kind of on the outside, but it's also off-center. It has sightlines into Picardo. It has enough dips to protect themselves from the back if they just leave someone there. So Senso's position is spot on, as long as he knows when to get through and how to pass that information to his teammates. I think that would be one of the best splits that any team can do in this circle.
And as well, for more stupid people like me who don't know as much as PUBG, the fact that there's roads there as well for the rest of these teams to have to rotate to if the zone goes to decide to conquer UK makes it straight up difficult because there's that open space there, but time that they can shoot them down, and shooting down will be Atom onto IND as well as come over onto 21 Blackjack is unfortunately not in the casino, not lucky this time around. They will lose one player and might need to re-roll this one once more to find some more success. The rest of Come Over those know it's on their own, so they are slightly split, and it means that with the rest of these players coming into Picardo, there's nowhere to regroup up.
It's not going to be easy. Atom needs to rotate out of this position as well. That very slim lip on that hill might just be their saving grace, but it's not going to be easy because they can just make it in. If they don't make it in the dip, they will be exposed to the rest of Picardo. Just get pushed away by Conqueror UK now. 21 Blackjack also made the way down with no issues actually, but Dutson, of course, their scout who went into Picardo City right into City earlier just get taken out. So the two players remaining, I believe, will need to pull through.
Indeed they will, but as well, 5 threats, they are on the edge, pinched between 2, maybe even 3 teams, as Arena 51 Esports, they look pretty upset, but just get denied everything. Is it will be Atom to pin them down, and maybe M2 getting pinned down into the dirt as 5 threats look to also stop them on their rotation in. That will be the play zone consuming Zach. That will be the play zone baiting out the shots on to Axe as well, and as it slowly takes these players down, I do find concern in northern rotation in.
And look at Conqueror UK from that spot as well, just taking down more. And that zone, holy crap. And you know what? That is why sometimes staying on the outside has its perks. Because even if you have to crash, it's a few smokes away, you time it right, then you crash in. But if you're from within the city, you have to get out without getting punished from the city, as well as people from the outside.
Look at that beautiful shot. 5 threats finding one onto Senso, but you can see as well, Conqueror, they were the ones to also upset Atom in a rotation in. So still picked up kills, still looking strong in this game. Of both 5 threats, they found their way into zone, they found some cover, and they're looking also equally strong in this game. Much better than that cluster of teams over in Picardo, who will get lucky, roll the dice because it is a gamble on who makes it in. It's unfortunately their TFN Toofen short handling the short straw. They will be the ones down to this one member. Conqueror as well losing the Noker as the rest of them pre-fire in. The Ridgeline's the only thing to protect them as Kirat will be confirmed, will be Risen to steal that one through.
Risen is just really strong, knowing how to play spoiler right there and just takes down whoever's peeking. And you know what? 5 threats is worth the hype. Like, they played that side of the hill with those dips with cars still intact, and that's not easy to play. How many teams try to come down from that north side of the circle and just get sprayed down, losing the cars, using the lives, and they're now in the circle? Yes, it's not as many kills as before, but a lot of props to this team. The 3 players are still in here in one of the best positions in this circle.
And the fact that Conqueror UK were unable to deny 5 threats from coming off that very, very tricky northern side is question enough to me. And unfortunately for them, though, the side of 21 Blackjack unable to find any way through because Conqueror, they finally woke up as I asked them to find that knock over. Come over Navalov. Also going to go down, and it is unfortunate for all of these squads stuck in Picardo with still one more to enter out of it, and unfortunately I don't think they're going to be able to do so.
And this is, I think, Five Threats may be able to take this again. Oh, and the blue zone slowly coming in, and that's about time. And hype, no! And he just made it. No, and I spoke too soon once again. Risen will strike again, and it's going to be a 3v3.
Look at the zone go over to Five Threats. That's what they needed. And I send chicken dinners coming over to them for a third time. It might be the hat trick coming their way. Is Conqueror still have 3 of their own, though? They can also look to steal this one. And they were so close one time already. Will they be able to take this one through to the victory, though, for a second time around? They have 2 vehicles. They have Danoka looking to try pre-fire as the rest of the rotations come into zone, trying to fish some players out, trying to find them, but unfortunately Senso immediately as he comes through is not. Risen with a second knock onto Danoka. Risen is playing out of his mind in tonight's games.
Same for the whole squad of 5T. And Five Threats may just take the third chicken dinner, throwing the pan across as well. And Rawa said, you know what? I'm not going to contest this. I don't want to give you that kill point, but Risen says, I want it, as they push in and try to one-tap the last one. Did they get it? I don't know.
I don't know if they did.
The chicken dinner. And I think
5 kills.
They did. And you know what? Sometimes it's not about, like, okay, it's 5 kills, nothing like the 16 kill one, but you can see how they made out of a very, very tricky zone. You know, that's what I say. I always love talking about teams having the mentality, or teams needing to have the mentality to know, what does it mean if I take this spot now? Right? It's on edge. Right. The landscape around is this. What does it mean for the next phase? They knew exactly what it means. They cleared out teams around them, they protected from Picardo, and they have an option to flank around the position of Conqueror. And they timed it perfectly as well.
Indeed, they did. And I think it was beautiful stuff coming through for 5 Threats once again. 5 kills with a hat trick, as we say on the chicken dinners. They are looking like the strongest team. But before we get to break down how they took it to the win again, we had to go for a short break and a word from our sponsor before all of that.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where it has been a beautiful 4 games already. But you know what is even more beautiful is that phone we got to see where you too, if you pick one up, can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. That is the phone, but that was a beautiful game coming from the 5 threats, as I say, Tarzan. 3 games already, nonetheless, in a row to the victory.
What can I say? I think they've proved why they are one of the best teams in this group, at least. All sorts of circles, whether it's supposedly easy for them, whether it's tricky for them, they found a way to make it count. And of course, we have the side of 21 Blackjack, making it harder for them potentially, but they stood strong. Optic Gaming also tried their best, but the Blue Zone was a bit too much for them to deal with for this game, so they may still need to come back stronger. CG Esports tried their luck as well, but not easy against the spray of Beaster.
Indeed, as you get to see the chaos ensuing through that northern side. The opportunities to stop 5 threats was there, but you can see they still made it through. Conqueror struggled in Conqueror, unable to overcome all of those squads in the control not there, showing you why they take second place and why 5 threats, they are the ones that take banging first 15 points on that chicken dinner. 5 kills once again. In life, continuing as well to come through from Cyrex. They too join up on the leaderboard with over 10 points, digits here again for the second game in a row. And I love to see this because I wanted to see Cyrex wake up. I wanted to understand it. That just wasn't a fluke and that they can make it to the end of the game.
Indeed. And Cyrex, I mean, the team, we saw, right, some good fights coming through, but I want them to do things in a cleaner manner. Like when you have 11 points and only, 10 of them coming from placements, that means, they may know how to stay alive, they know when to crash, but needing to know how to win a fight as well. And of course, for that game, a very even type of it. See, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players? I think 7 players all had 3 kills, and most of that coming from Concrete UK for that game, and pretty even type of stats, but the damage may say otherwise. So let's find out. And wow, how often do you actually see that tied at the first place when it comes to damage output? That's in from 21 Blackjack and come over Navarro. We saw what this player could do even from that game 1.
Narvalo has been a player that we keep our eyes on for come over. Is one of these core standout players for get them through over the hurdle out of Picardo in that game. But 5 threats, they are the ones that take the top. They are the ones with 1,000 damage plus once again, albeit though Conqueror with more kills, but with eyes on the prize, more consistency in that damage.
And you know what? Because they played their pockets of position right. And I feel like I will repeat it again and again. And they both found a pocket, right? But Concrete UK could, I feel like, think one step forward and just take away that spot available to 5 threats to make it easier. And it's interesting right now as well because we just need to adapt. And same for us, and the production is getting later now. So lighting and how our faces look like may need some adjustment, but that is just how we roll, right? And we will go over the standings as well. 5 threats, amazing 4 games. And
look, speak for yourself, Tarzan. I mean, I'm only joking. But as we can see, right, the standings do change, and we get to see actually 5 threats already on my bet for the top 4, 79 points, although I didn't expect them to do it so quickly. And
that's like almost 20-point average per game. It's just crazy to think about that. That means from 10 games they can reach almost 200. What was our prediction again? Right? Like for top 4 being
84
around,
for you.
83, 84. But this is also down to maybe a bit of a situation where there's 2 sets of team with one set having the levels quite significantly over the other batch, and that will end up having that point sponge situation, not to just like one team or 2 teams, but maybe 4 or 5 teams, and they may be very equal up on top. But then that would be, the basically the situation here. And just think about it, we've also got those prelim rounds after this one, and I think it really comes down to how good the other group is as well, and maybe the groups or the teams that could make straight through into the finals really deserve it if this is the type of standings that we get. And the prelim ones should definitely fight for it, because if you are the bottom 4 or something like that in prelims, I think the levels might be a bit too low for the finals.
Yeah, I do think so indeed. We will get to have a look going into the final match exactly what these teams can do. And I think we do have to mention it is going to be back through onto a wrangle here, Tarzan. And the fact that these teams, the first time around, it was a lot of a different story on a wrangle. And to know that potentially this could be Optic Gaming's chance here to get back on top. They were the ones that won with the chicken dinner in that first match. The only other team that have had a chicken dinner other than 5 threats domination.
Indeed. But we'll come down to what we have been, anticipating and guessing through all of those few games. How will Georgia Pool look like? If the plane ever allows these teams to go over there, will they try to fight it out this time? And maybe it could still be the same team distribution, but teams may be more confident after a good few games, and maybe Optic would just run around trying to kill people. Who knows? So that will all be revealed, in a matter of minutes, and that will be our last game for today before we have 5 more tomorrow. Same group, same teams.
Indeed, right, and we get to actually see, I think, as well, moving through onto the final match, exactly as we say, if some of these other teams who haven't had the showing, haven't had the ability to make it through to the top, if they too can show some life. Because yes, we haven't been able to see some teams, and that I think does affect the leaderboards quite significantly in not only the points that teams can pick up, but also as well actually how those teams would have fared versus the best and the rest of these teams in the lobby currently. But I also want to have a look actually towards the CG Esports, because CG Esports is a team who I think I almost underestimated them going into the 4th match, but they certainly were looking better in that 4th match, and I think probably the best that they've looked all day so far in their ability to try survive in a very tricky zone as well. And I think that had they actually just been a little bit more heads up, had they actually been aware of the right time to get out of that zone, they might have actually been able to do so and been able to survive to, if not close to a victory, actually taking it off of 5 threats' hands.
I think for some of these teams as well, exactly as you said, for now, fix things that are realistic to fix in a short amount of time so that they are good enough to make it to prelims. I think, hope's still there for tomorrow, but some of these things, from what I see as someone who studied the game for a while, takes more time to get wired into their brains. So they should focus on what they know how to do, fight according to their strengths, and then just focus on just 1 or 2 things that they mistake-wise that they try to remove, and I think that would give them the best chance. And that is the type of learning sometimes, to know how much you can change realistically with a given time frame.
Right, indeed. I think that is the core point here of not only looking into this match, but don't worry about improving over this match itself, because there's still tomorrow, and there's still things that I think opportunity time for these teams to look back on today's matches and understand, well, what went wrong? How could we have actually been able to get into these zones? How could we have actually, with the feedback that we give them as well, being able to get through to the final spots and get more kills in doing so, because there is that more opportunity when we survive to the later points to pick up those kills, especially when the zone throws all the players outside of it and it forces them to run out into the open for the best opportunity you can get for kills out of those teams. And I do feel that it is only a few of these squads right now picking up those opportunities, but certainly tomorrow I expect big things coming out of all of these teams to at least show some improvements. And I think one of those core things, going back to it, is when you have hard zones like that, the smokes, where were they? There were none. There were zero smokes coming out of those teams to get into that zone.
I think there's two potential reasons, right, for a situation like that. One, teams just don't pick enough smokes, man. Like, that's just one thing. Like, the team that I coach, at the level that they play, they would feel uneasy if they don't, finish the looting phase with, 10 or 11 smokes, each of them. And the other thing is knowing how to use them efficiently. You don't have to smoke everything. You don't need 2 smokes on the same person overlapping. We talked about how much it can cover. You just need to have the edge to touch, and it can provide that coverage. So don't spam your utilities, because it will matter a lot in the end game.
Yeah, right. And exactly in that type of end game, it matters so much to be able to survive all the way to the win. But talking about surviving to the win, we get to head over on to the final match, which will be a wrangle, and I cannot wait to get on to it. I cannot wait to see what these teams can bring, as it does look to be going over Zaki and down towards Primorsk.
Pretty western playing path, so that means one thing: Georgia Pool. We will be looking, and I think that will remain to be a very spicy one. And let's not forget about the teams who went towards Milita side, and mention Novo, so they need to come up with a secondary drop spot for this game.
Right, indeed. The fact that actually here, Primorsk down onto the south, and actually further up Quarry, 2 locations that I mentioned at the very start, right, of today's broadcast, that are core positions that actually, in this case, Primorsk, in that first game, would have been excellent to find a rotation through to Sinovka military base. And I think this is something these teams should be picking up and should be splitting more, because it does disappoint me in a way to see that continuing still, we see so many teams in Georgia Pool. And yes, that is your comfort, but it's just straight up easier to go somewhere else when there's so much space in the map.
Well, there's at least one team that made some adaptation, and I believe that is CG Esports. Could be a Zaki drop, didn't go for it, but now they will be tested once again, because that circle actually complements the playing path on that western side. So an abundance of team floating along that coastline. But you know what? Hold that thought. We've got some other clash that may come through even earlier in the Pochinki city, and that is Tufan alongside the very, very strong so far 5 Threats squad.
5 threats landing over in Pochinki. It looks like a target drop to me, because we saw Tufan drop here in the first match, and well, they were the only team to drop in Pochinki. So now that we have 2, suddenly looks like they're hunting for kills to me here, and the crossbow already coming out, but not going to be the weapon to murder people insanely off of the back. So I would like to see Atom be a little bit more hasty, I think, to also look for more weapons, to look up for more use to actually take Tufan down.
And you know what? Would love to see some crossbow kills. And I think it's also
I've not seen
down
that
to
in a
the
while.
confidence. Yes, I mean in pro
Can you
play
even
or
kill someone with a
barely.
crossbow? Have you seen that before?
Yes, if you headshot someone, I think it's as strong as an AWM. That's like the trade-off when it comes to that weapon is if you hit it in the head. It didn't ask me about the physics of this game, okay, but it just
Okay.
works that way, and that's why a lot of people try to show their skills with that, in montages, etc. And right, AR 51, Arena 51, they dropped in this compound with no contest before. Then, with limited loot and stayed around and went for a very late white rotation and they died. So, they need to come up with a better plan now because next to them taking away half of that coastal or rich compound is a very strong squad of. Kind of just slipped my mind there, but was that just Optic in there? No, no, no. It was definitely another strong team. But okay, I'm just going to hold my point that I think that was
It was
Conqueror, but
IND down at the south.
IND,
But it
right?
was
Okay.
yeah.
So anyway, half of this loot gone. So what we wanted them to learn, they definitely need to implement it now because there's no way that they can get enough loot for the whole team for what they've done in that game one.
Indeed, right? And you see continuing, though, the pressure of five threats. They're moving their way further and ever so closer to Tuthan. You see Jason and Kirat, the two frontline members. And I do feel that although there is that long-range third person for Tuthan over on the church, I do feel that I would like them to position the way to angle onto that road a little bit more because it's not going to be directly on target, particularly as a backline. Maybe it stop the rotation coming through behind those houses, which if you can spot that out, that would actually be a way to stop five threats in on top of you.
And I mean, it's still really, really versatile. Like with this type of city, if you split, you can maybe pinch, but then you just really need to know like the strength of a particular building. That is where the knowledge of a drop slot comes really, really vital. That's why people use all these stuff where they climb up to the roof and stuff like that. And so we will see whether fight threats can show us another area of their strengths, which is early team fights in the city.
Well, that's something we yet to see from them because they have been this team that ends up a little bit quiet, then wakes up towards the end of the game, and that is how they seem to pick up their kills. And as we do get to see the zone for the first time in this game, it has gone over towards that western side. So it will all include the side of, more importantly, I think Everest, where some of those teams, the majority of these teams around Georgia Pole, could look to take up. And indeed, so could Tufan if they instead decided to go for that retreat away. If they decided to actually leave five threats and deny them those kills, because for now, it looks like Tufan, they're picking up one almost already, as they did find that knock almost a second onto Snar.
But the thing is, resources, in this type of fights, these type, just look at 10 bandages on like resin, and that is the error, like margin for error. He can't peek another time if he's going to get knocked. So it takes a lot of time to heal up, but but does it matter? The rest of the squad is trying to put some work in, but it's a 2-for-1 at the moment, and with the flush coming through onto Sorrow as well. So 5 threats will be put to the test once more time.
And this is what we talked about. That flanking member of Five Threats. Beautiful there from Anfo to, of course, have found that knock onto UV. A second one now onto Snar. And it just looks completely done. It looks completely over. As all they need to do now is close in on the final player. And this is what you wanted. You wanted to stop Division coming out. And here comes the smokes. Another one potentially from Risen. Instead, we'll hold off just now. As you can see, Jason trying to find some angle out of the window, but you can see you also Five Threads. As he peeks through, we'll know exactly which side of the building he is in.
And Five Threads is just so strong. Or I should say, the first 2 knocks or kills coming through was because Tia TFN didn't give the in-game communications properly when there's for sure damage done from Entho from that wide angle, and they did not pass that info over. And then they just died from that and continue to get punished from the wide angles coming from Entho. What is TFN doing? And there's like 5T as well, throwing smokes in, pretending to be a nade to force more movements out as they take more. But the trade may be coming through, and Jash and Winston hold this down, but his health is so low. The level 3 gear is helping him immensely at this moment.
Indeed, I do feel it is, and it's beautiful, at least for him to be able to survive for now. Finds 1 kill, stops the engage, more importantly there than 5 Threats. But with that revive coming back on, I would like to see 5 Threats as the 2 men inside the house come up together at the same time, because the only threat then is a grenade. But as I talk about it, grenades straight on to Jashin, gonna pop him out of existence, as it will now be on the other end. Cyrex, who controlled around East Fields area, Conqueror, Gyro, maybe getting a bit too close for comfort, as he holds down Icy, making 0 sounds, and like a mouse, he will tiptoe his way slowly through to safety, because Gyro, not understanding he's there, goes back through to the rest of his team.
And you know what? Exactly what they have to do, especially with Gyro's position. Very split from the rest of the team. Just trying to get an anchor point, so that they can maybe pass through Gyro's position to enter the fields of Gatka. With this kind of basically a hard shift, if we just consider the whole of that circle, a hard shift to the northwest side. So, side of come over. We mentioned them in the earlier games, and they still need to show us more of what they can do, but they've been to Saki, seems like, and now coming into Northern Georgia Pool, and they can maybe hold that spot still. Optic dropped over at Georgia Pool, will go over to other spots, only to find themselves the need to come back in. You know what? Back to where they like, back to where they supposed to know better. So I have high expectations of Optic, just because the circle ends at where they should be most familiar with.
Right, and the fact that Optic over in this location specifically, I think is very strong, because they're going to control the bridge lines. They're going to stop actually the likes of Busy Hunters from moving up into the northern zone if they do choose to do so. But I think that still something to me that isn't controlled, and I will keep repeating it if it needs to be done, is Everest is coming up to the center of zone now. This has vision over all of those teams on Pachinki, of all of those teams over in Gatka Fields, and it's something that a team as a full squad, for example Busy Hunters, who have the members to do so, could take control of.
Definitely. And I mean, Optic just came through in this position, but you know what? Maybe there is an Overwatch over, literally. And that is them knowing the strength of the Overwatch and how to bait shots as well. And Optic, you know what? I don't like their position. I think it has many options to maybe look across the multiple sites, but makes protection of vehicles a little bit harder. Makes rotating out of it even harder. All it takes is for a team like Come Over to pinch it from all the high hills from around. And look at them. Finding the position, didn't get punished even further, and will be able to out-rotate the side after gaming.
As well, you can see MPS up, facing over Atom, as the rest of their team look to have done, hallelujah, what I asked. Control Everest, is they will be able to have that high ground vision over the rest of these teams. Cyrax, Icy, he looks like he hasn't moved. Did he even know he is there? Finally, he wakes up, but he looks like he was AFK after all. They finally CQ. CG Esports will be able to take that one down.
Maybe it's dinner time. Like, after all, college students, right? If you see it that way, maybe the parents or the flatmates says,
"Mom, I'm busy. I'm playing PUBG Mobile."
Say, "Come over and eat this chicken," and then eat the actual one, and then that's him gone. And that is Icy out. Like, what a shame. It took me all that time to try to compliment someone, knowing how to discipline a restricted amount of footsteps, only to find him AFK.
They
So that's one
restricted
way to
all of the
cast.
footsteps.
You know what? You know what? I think that's one thing that, well, the best thing that he could do. Maybe, he just. Who knows? After all, it's a game. People have real life stuff, emergencies to attend to. That's definitely one of the reasons why. Right, look at the circle. Right, Everest, very very strong. Okay, can overlook the crate side of South Georgia Pool. I'm looking at 5T already. Losing one, but still strong with 4 kills so far. Breaking that 80-point mark already, actually 83 or even 84 because they've already got themselves one placement point. On edge at the moment. So, like a team that I complimented about, picking spots that giving them multiple options, I want to see what they do.
And you can see 21 Blackjack, but looking to try move in on to Optic Gaming. Cable with the 180 rotation, steps out of the buggy and looks to try and control the edge of this building. Cable looking to loot up, but this could be risky with Bimba now joining up. But it looks like they have some protection because Malum did get shot from over beyond that river and has to now be careful because there's that third party potential still there with busy hunters on the other side.
And I mean, that's important type of maneuver from Cable. A lot of players just choke when they get crashed, etc. He knows the situation. He's buying time for his team. He's alone, and he just took that time, assessed the surroundings, and drove off in the position that allows them to do more work. And Cable would just retreat before he strikes again. And that is Malum from 21 Blackjack getting not in this compound.
With a better angle, they find better success. 21 Blackjack, unfortunately, they lose one knock, but they're able to at least find them back. That was beautiful stuff coming from them. And Optic Gaming showing us their strengths once more on Erangel through that replay.
And you know what? Like, Optic Gaming is probably just living up to the hype, and those small maneuvers really really important, so easy to choke as well, and they would just go for something, in my head, in my opinion, a lot smarter, pulling away from a situation that could be a dead end that caused them to rotate around compounds that's been claimed. They will first head over through this Georgia Pool bridge to find a spot in a more center position.
Indeed, they will. As you can see, Georgia Pole out of commission. The zone now centering up for the next phase. But where will it go? It goes over to Everest. And this is why I said control the mountains. Because as well, if it goes towards you, look at all of those players on Georgia Pole. Look at all of the opportunities for kills that you can take onto them. And it's now, I think, up to MPS to wake up, show us a good game, and to be able to take a chicken dinner, or at least take some points, because they, by golly, need those points. They are not looking so hot on the leaderboard right now.
I'll tell you what I think. I know, based on these 4 teams in the circle, MPS needs to know when to tighten the formation and know which side to focus on. The delegation of tasks needs to be key. For the 3 teams in at the bottom, they need to know who's watching what angles, and they have to hold the potential crashes coming in. If they don't know how to do these textbook things, that will be them giving away a top 5 position. I'll say it right now. I think it will happen, and we have IND first trying their luck with Concrete UK.
Conqueror UK, as well as Cyrax finding one. Zania looking to try flash at knock, but they're unable to. The trio still stuck between 2 buildings as these rotations come through. IND joining up into the fray versus CG Esports, but it's a second knock. Maybe looking for the third. Cian's the only one up, but can Cian find a beautiful picks? He's found one already. Now just needs to find the second. The grenades come through the stairs, but he ain't there. He's waiting. He's looking for the bait to see if anyone's going to step up that steps.
And that is just really letting his teammate go. Maybe the blue zone's coming in, but I feel like that is a revive that is possible. But meanwhile, Optic Gaming just found a dip that they needed. So they were able to go around all those teams to make it count, but let's not forget about the weak side. That is another strong SWAT trying to shoot Optic Gaming from behind.
Is IND will also find some space on the ridge line here, but it is the idea of how they look to control this ridge line into zone. And meanwhile, Zania's still at it. He finds another knock onto Busy Hunters, but they found him. They've located his position, and there's no space in that tree to be able to protect him, and instead it's come over. They are the ones to take that knock, look to try finish that flush through, but will Narvalo be able to find that one is the question. All the meanwhile, Atom also rotating into the edge, looking for the wide rotation in the front line. MVG, will he be able to circle back behind Siam? Will they be the one to eliminate CG Esports from this game?
And it's so hard to rotate late for these circles. You're just basically having your fate decided by other people. I think it's, it has its grounds, but it's definitely getting punished straight away. Atom loses one, Atom loses two. Siam's the last one standing for CG Esports and will be able to just live four now, but Atom falling down like... can't even find the word. They just made it so hard for themselves, Hydenwood.
And you can see now, Access no respite. This zone has zero mercy in its vocabulary, as it will be MPS in control still of this zone, and the rest of them set to fight for the scraps, for the position in this Phase 5. There is only in play here, Tarzan, and it looks like it is going to be another whopper of a finish. The 10 teams up, and who will be the next to go down? Possibly might be Cyrax, because it's safe trying to stop the rotation in, but it is actually going to now be come over who step up above them, and it's going to be Cyrax on the below grounds.
And that is Cyrex, having a split that didn't really think that through enough. Having one split players playing spoiler on that edge, got taken out early, then another one who got taken out and didn't hold that position well as well. And MPS finally gets to strike, but maybe the answer is no. Two of them knocked right now upon the breach.
They didn't stop Conqueror UK from conquering to the top of the hill, and just like Jack and Jill, they are fetching pails of MPS water to go into their buckets. Is unfortunately they too might fall down though, because there are still many more players coming up behind them. You see Busy Hunters up in two different locations, climbing to the top of the tip. Is also that 2-2 split coming from Conqueror. Need to join up, need to stop the rest as well as come over. Continues their way through, but it will be Busy Hunters to push her back down.
And Busy Hunters finally showing up, at least, knowing how to use a spot. But did I say it too soon? Because those ridges are so hard to control. And that is over, actually out at 7th place. It's a beautiful nade from Busy Hunters. And that would just take out essentially the whole squad from that one frag grenade.
That's why you don't stick together. That's why you don't hold hands in golden time, because there's plenty of other kids in the playground right now. Busy Hunters continue their way up towards the summit. Evil Doc holding firm with the smoke, and behind the rest of the duo, Ribbon, Stand, Optic, and also Arena 51. Optic finding one onto Arena 51. Meanwhile, Blackjack. 21 Blackjack with the opening. They have taken it with both arms and are also to the top. This zone continuing to shift down once more.
Oh, we just need to wait for it, and it will shift to the northwestern side. So a lot of the high hills will be in play. So many teams, Optic and Arena 51, all have to push uphill, and they need to first go through one of these squads. That's Conqueror trying to make a move onto another squad, but will first get punished, and to another one as well.
Conqueror, they go for the 1-for-1 trade, but Ripon says no. as he will be the one to take them down. Another falls from Conqueror, and they are certainly looking like the tail of Jack and Jill. They're slipping down to the bottom like I anticipated. As it will be 21 Blackjack now driving up. They're on the wrong zone. How do they get across this mountain? And then the bottom, how do these teams get up the mountain? Because Optic and Arena 51, they're on the wrong side completely.
And that is still going to be some peek and shoot action. They need to know when to peek or not. They both don't have a spot. They have to move now. The blue zone is closing. That is also the side of 21 Blackjack having a great game so far alongside 4 other teams. They've got 7 kills right now. And they still have a full squad.
They get a second. 21 Blackjack. This is how they make it across into zone. This is how they control this game. Conqueror finds death. Optic are falling apart. It's not going to be, keep in mind, 5 threats, and it's up to now potentially 21 Blackjack to steal away this final chicken dinner. Is Optic down to the duo. You can see this replay showing the beauty there of Conqueror as well. Looking down over Optic as it will just be the one player alive, but they too will fall down. Cable is out, and that is Optic dead, finished, kaput. But Senso might be there to join them beside them in the grave.
And Hackshot actually died from falling as well. I was waiting for that 1v4 from Senso, but the Gossip Pup, you say, you know what, here comes a hill for you. We'll take out that enemy for you. And that is the makeup for that 2-point difference, actually. And we will have that last 3 teams, 6 players. It's 4v1v1.
The 4v1v1 right now is busy under just one of those solos, but can Ripon pull off the miracle play? No, he gets denied it, and he will be immediately out. But meanwhile, Senso has been able to at least put himself into second position. Malum doesn't burn to a crisp. He does cool himself down. Then will Senso be able to light it up? He lights up one. Can he take down second? But it's just too many bodies to put it a problem, as it will now be Black 21 Blackjack taking home the final chicken dinner. 6, 7, 8, 9 kills in total, Tarzan. That was beautiful control over the top coming out of him.
And that's what we say, right? That phrase, the game-winning push or the game-winning fight. They claimed it away from MPS and became the kings of Everest and just used it to their advantage. And what can I say? Like, the team that we want to show up finally, coming in. And when we talked about maybe there's just 3 teams so far that we find particularly strong, Blackjack is trying to prove us wrong.
Indeed they are, and I think that actually it will be very much up to Blackjack to continue that momentum coming through into tomorrow's games, because that was a beautiful way to close out this game and close out this day. We could not have asked for that zone in some ways to be even more brutal than it was already to those squads.
What can I say? Let's just have some great recap of that game, starting with Entho from 5T. Having some early momentum, clearing out Pachinki, and that is just a beautiful wipe at the cost of 1 player.
Indeed it will be, as you can see, TFN, they're the ones that are going to be able to take that initiative. For how long? That was the question. And Zania as well for Cyrex doing so much work, but also got taken down there. Optic, they also moved their way closer to zone. But the problem was, all the problems were come to the end of this game, where how do these teams get up that mountain? And what the problem was that they don't get up at all. As you can see, for example, come over, just get grenaded. Triple grenade kill coming out of Ripon. Beautiful stuff.
Then we also have the Arctic fight between themselves in Arena 51 only, drawn out for so long that they both went out to the blue and the teams from the high ground. But Ripper did put down so much work, and that is also why Conqueror didn't make it even further with more players, is from that brilliant solo play from that one player.
It was beautiful indeed coming out from this squad. And I think as well we do have to mention as well Senso there, the beautiful double pick. You saw a hack shot as well. Slip down off the end. Goodbye. Back into the blue zone you go. And then it only was the rest for 21 Blackjack to clean up. And on the final aisle, Senso got picked up and taken down.
And that is the rise of the 21 Blackjack taking their 24-point game. And that is also a good game for Busy Hunters. They made it far enough to finally show us what they can do. And I think this gives them a lot of momentum coming into tomorrow. If they can play the same, they can maybe join some of these teams in those top 4 spots.
Right, indeed, the fact that actually they were able once again to be able, Conqueror UK, get themselves up, as well as Busy Hunters, they were able this time to not only get some kills, not only either just get some placement points, but they were able to get both. They were able to get second, they were able to get 7 points in total as Conqueror UK. I do believe those Conqueror taking second. Unfortunately, not enough kills to be able to sneak him up into second overall. And you can see on that kills and total, Malin on top and Busy Hunters Ripon with 4 equally. And I think Ripon, that comes through from that triple grenade primarily on to come over. And then Bimba for the rest of 21 Blackjack on that leaderboard. And moving over to the damage. Can't wait to see who's on top. Once again, Ripon steals it away, but Sensro Conqueror UK this time in second position.
I mean, Ripon, of course that nade was beautiful, but we saw how important it is for a player via the individual plays to, show up when it matters in those end zones. He single-handedly held down so many teams, and you can see, right, this time we're comparing between 21 Blackjack and the third place, Busy Hunters. Quite similar in a way when it comes to stats. It comes down to getting the most, as much as you can when the circle's not on your side, and Busy Hunters did a decent job, and I think that is exactly what they want. A 17-point game, not shabby at all, and that can definitely get them a decent spot on the standings, and we just can't wait to see how they can change our perspectives on this team tomorrow.
Does 107 damage between those two teams indeed, and Busy Hunters was beautiful indeed to at least pick up that damage. But as we do get to see the standings coming up, I do think that it will be interesting to look at who at the end of the day is on top. It will be 5 threads still, but that gap has been closed at least somewhat by the rest of these teams. Next up, Optic with 70 points in, moving down. That closeness between them and also come over all the way to 5th position. Only 10 points between them, but these 5 teams, these are the ones that you talked about it, points sponging their way to oblivion over almost another 30-point gap between 5th and 6th.
And that is a huge point gap. We're talking about a 11 kill chicken dinner, I think. Let me think. Do my quick maths. No, a 9 kill chicken dinner worth amount of points between the 5th and 6th place. So if this continues, right, when it happens to be the point sponge from these top 5 teams, then the interesting storyline will come through in this way, Highland. Which 4 teams out of these 5 could make it straight to the finals?
Indeed, right? And it's going to be very interesting to see exactly which of these teams going in to tomorrow's games will be able to take that spots in the finals, because only 4 teams will be able to do so. And it also means, unfortunately, here that 4 teams down at the bottom need to be eliminated, and that tomorrow is the time to really stand up for these teams on the who will be able to avoid those infamous spots down at the bottom, and who as well will have to face through in between them both the preliminary matches in that 3rd weekend. But it has been a beautiful 5 games. It has been a beautiful set of matches. And thank you, of course, once again to production behind it all, the Star Ladder. And also thank you to yourself, Professor Tarzan, for being able to join me on this journey once again, to be back on board together. The team is here, and we are here to stay through tomorrow's matches. It is going to be once again same time, same place. Tomorrow's Sunday. Make sure you grab your snacks, make sure you grab your drinks, because it is going to be hot and spicy action from the get-go. Good evening, everyone.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.